Racing in the Senator Ken Matty. From the outside, Rose Maddox was quick into stride with Brandon's My Lawyer. Can't Buy Love away in the top flight. Elm Drive from down toward the inside, and Freedom Fire splits horses and races 4 lengths off the lead. White Moonlight is just in back of Unbridled Mary in mid-flight here. A length and a half in front of Wet My Beak, who's 2 better than Benedict Canyon. And down the hill, Stoic Luna is last of the 11 as they head toward the opening quarter. Up front, Brandon's My Lawyer crosses the inside traffic and leads Elm Drive by a length. Freedom Fighter is out in the center. Working between horses is Can't Buy Love. Far outside is the gray Rose Maddox. In between horses is Unbridled Mary. Then it's a gap of another 3 lengths back. Wet My Beak with Benedict Canyon and Stoic Luna as they run to the top of the stretch. Up front, Brandon's My Lawyer still the target and still in clear, a length and a quarter. On the outside, Rose Maddox poses her hand. Freedom Flyer between horses. Elm Drive up the inside. White Moonlight on her back. Down the stretch they come, and the leader is still Brandon's My Lawyer. Elm Drive and White Moonlight try inside. Freedom Fighter down the center. Wet My Beak and an upset possibility. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Elm Drive fires through inside to take the lead. Wet My Beak charging at her on the outside. Here comes Wet My Beak surging forward. Wet My Beak's in time. Wet My Beak outran Elm Drive to the wire and beat her ahead. And the Senator Ken Matty, they covered the course in 1:12-1.
And our first monstrous upset of the day, Wet My Beak from off the pace, getting it done at 23-1 in the Senator Ken Matty.
I didn't want to lose my voice this early in the day, my choice, but there we go right now.
I can't hear you. My ears are ringing from your screams during the race. Let's take up this replay at the crossover.
All right, you can take a look at her. She's all the way on the outside there, swings wide when they cross over the dirt, but never missed a beat under Jose Ortiz. We saw her troubled trip from the very last race, the allowance race where she ran 3rd. Here, it takes the entire length of the stretch, and I got to give it to Elm Drive. She put in a winning bid as well under Flavian Pratt. I don't think she even saw Wet My Beak coming. I want to give a big congratulations to my good friend Madison Myers, who did all of the pre-training on this filly as well.
Tale of 2 completely different trips, too, and it comes down to a few inches on the wire there as Wet My Beak, the 8 lightly raced daughter of Union Rags, gets her nose down in time. The 4 Elm Drive, she was not on the early lead. She was actually sitting second. We'll spot shadow your eventual winner, and that's a look at Wet My Beak back behind this field. She's only has 2 horses defeated at this point. Jose Ortiz going to go wide, and when they hit the crossover, horses always fan out, so you end up having to go yet another path wider as you turn for home. But he does a nice job of just following the gray horse there until they level out and not tipping to the far outside until the last second. Look at Elm Drive down along the inside. She already has 3 or 4 lengths on her. This is a lot of ground to make up for Wet My Beak and a huge effort at 23-1.
No excuse either for the 2, really. It looked like she was going to be tight for a sec, but by the time they turned for home and came in straight, she had plenty of room.
Elm Drive beat her to the spot, too. For a couple of strides, they were right there together.
Here's an ISO replay of Wet My Beak. Jose Ortiz saying, you don't need to be no Californian to win on this turf course. Us New Yorkers are just fine. And this is a very confident ride as well. You know, I mean, he's a world-class rider, and I think sometimes in the shadow of IRAD, people forget that Jose Ortiz is his best, is as good as any rider to ever straddle a racehorse, and he really shows you how here.
I love the fact that when they were coming around the turn, you heard Christina allude to the fact that horses can come really wide. He tapped her on the shoulder as they came around the turn to keep her just inside enough, and when he turns to his left-handed stick and gave her 2 little whacks right there, that is when she absolutely exploded. Perfect timing.
There's not a whole lot to her. She's kind of tiny, handy individual, and these are the horses that really can turn it on here in Southern California. You need that turn of foot. You need that agility, and she suited this course very well. Vladimir Surin doing a beautiful job with this filly. As I mentioned, she has shown her versatility, and he built her up to this distance. To your point, Michelle, she was a winner at 5 furlongs back at Del Mar in August. She followed that up with the 3rd place effort behind Benedict Canyon, going the flat 6 furlongs. But aided by that momentum downhill and not having to call on her until that sprint for home, she uses her turn of foot, her best asset, to win today.
If she can have a turn of foot like that going a mile too, she's got a lot of upside here. She's a very lightly raced 4-year-old. She's only had, this is only her 6th career start. I mean, not bad for a horse who broke her maiden for 40, I will say that.
She's a daughter of Union Rags out of a Spitestown mare bred by Sycamore Hall Thoroughbreds LLC in Maryland, owned by the Thelma and Louise Stable LLC. Vladimir Surin, the winning trainer, and of course Jose Ortiz in the irons with that brilliant ride.
23-1. These are the kind of horses that you get at the Breeders' Cup, and this was a very playable horse today. looking at her last couple of races, I showed you that backtrack for a little bit. She picks up now her 3rd win and 6 career starts. Solid 2nd place finish from Elm Drive. Brandon's My Lawyer made all the running in the early stages of this race, holds on for a piece of it to finish 3rd. Rose Maddox, White Moonlight, both making up some ground from just off the pace.
I have to give Brandon's My Lawyer some credence because I did say her stakes efforts were not as good. This was a vastly improved one for her. Obviously, she likes the hillside turf course. Nice placement there for Brand Jam and Siaglia.
I was at dinner one night this past summer.
Only once?
Only one. I don't do dinner anymore. But I was at dinner one night this past summer, and I was sitting with 2 Hall of Fame riders who will remain nameless. And I said, right now, who is the best rider in the country? And I was expecting an answer to the tune of Flavian Prat, Joel Rosario, or Arad Ortiz. And both of them, without batting an eyelash, said Jose Ortiz.
Wow.
And they were so convicted of it. And these are, between the two of them, probably 10,000 victories minimum, maybe 12,000. And they said, without a doubt, Jose Ortiz. And he shows you here. He's sometimes in the shadow of Arad. But in his own right, he's won 222 races this year coming into the Breeders' Cup. He is as good a rider as we have in this game right now.
He's as good as rider as I can see right now, Mike Joyce. I'm very happy after this particular race.
Well, we went official. You can count your money now.
I did. I was just
doing that.
I think
it's remarkable in any sport. Let's just talk about sports in general. To have 2 siblings that are at the top of their game and riding at the premier levels on the Breeders' Cup programs, in the Triple Crown, all the biggest races all over the world and internationally, to have 2 brothers competing. This is unique.
It really is. And Jose Ortiz finding the winner's circle in the early goings on with the Senator Ken Matty victory here. And whoever was a Jose Ortiz fan going into this race with the win investment is a big Jose Ortiz fan. As we take a look at these prices, you are going to see outstanding payouts here in race number 3.
Does he get the surfboard? I bet he can surf too.
Without a doubt. Are you
don't
kidding
have
me?
a lot of surfing in New York, do they?
No, but he grew up in Puerto Rico, and they've got great surfing in Puerto Rico.
Do they?
Oh,
Never
yes,
been.
absolutely. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never been on a surfboard except for a commercial shoot one time, and I almost died. At any rate, though, Jose Ortiz with the victory. That is a nice surfboard. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I should take it up. I've been in California 23 years. Let's take a look at those prices. We have gone official here. Final clocking for this race down the hillside turf course. The Senator Ken Matty went in 1:12.1. It was an honest pace up front and a great closing kick there. As the Kodak moment, as we get the picture taken there.
Maryland bred too. The Maryland bred daughter of Union Rags. Congratulations to her breeders as well. Sycamore Hall Thoroughbreds out of the Speightstown mare. Who's in town? Speightstown, a Breeders' Cup winner himself in the sprint for Todd Pletcher years ago. Wet My Beak, he's the dam sire of this one, scores on the Breeders' Cup undercard today.
There's a look at your prices. $49.60 winner here in the Senator Ken Matty. Elm Drive second as your favorite. Brandon's My Lawyer finishes 3rd as we take a look. The Super High Five not hit and carries over to the tune of $13, 918 bucks. As we take a look at race number 4, the 4th race is the Golden State Juvenile, 7 furlongs, the distance. And we will have more on this race in just a bit.
Racing in the Senator Ken Matty. From the outside, Rose Maddox was quick into stride with Brandon's My Lawyer. Can't Buy Love away in the top flight. Elm Drive from down toward the inside, and Freedom Fire splits horses and races 4 lengths off the lead. White Moonlight is just in back of Unbridled Mary in mid-flight here. A length and a half in front of Wet My Beak, who's 2 better than Benedict Canyon. And down the hill, Stoic Luna is last of the 11 as they head toward the opening quarter. Up front, Brandon's My Lawyer crosses the inside traffic and leads Elm Drive by a length. Freedom Fighter is out in the center. Working between horses is Can't Buy Love. Far outside is the gray Rose Maddox. In between horses is Unbridled Mary. Then it's a gap of another 3 lengths back. Wet My Beak with Benedict Canyon and Stoic Luna as they run to the top of the stretch. Up front, Brandon's My Lawyer, still the target and still in clear, a length and a quarter. On the outside, Rose Maddox poses her hand. Freedom Flyer between horses. Elm Drive up the inside. White Moonlight on her back. Down the stretch they come, and the leader is still Brandon's My Lawyer. Elm Drive and White Moonlight try inside. Freedom Fighter down the center. Wet My Beak and an upset possibility. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Elm Drive fires through inside to take the lead. Wet My Beak charging at her on the outside. Here comes Wet My Beak surging forward. Wet My Beak's in time. Wet My Beak outran Elm Drive to the wire and beat her ahead. And the Senator Ken Matty, they covered the course in 1:12.1.
Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Gold Rush made with Maker's Mark bourbon and a local California honey. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation and the official private jet provider of the Breeders' Cup, offers seamless, reliable private travel options to the world's most discerning travelers, generation after generation. NetJets is proud to be a Berkshire Hathaway company known for its unwavering commitment to safety, service, and unmatched global access. Simply select your departure time and fly in luxury with loved ones or colleagues. No matter your travel needs, you will find your ideal solution at netjets.com. On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after. To make our own tequila, one we'd be proud to pass around. It wasn't meant to leave our house. But since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Over the past few years, First and Santa Anita Park have developed a strong bond with the Compton Cowboys and the Compton Junior Equestrian Program in our shared love for horses and horsemanship. The Compton Cowboys are community leaders who stand for making a difference and being positive role models for the children of the local community. The 4 core areas of growth for junior equestrians are academic enrichment, healthy and sustainable living, workforce training, and sportsmanship. First and Santa Anita Park are proud to be partners with the Compton Cowboys by becoming one of their primary support systems at Shelburne Farms, a training location for the Compton Junior Equestrians, complete with riding ring, jumps, and horse stables. First, Santa Anita Park, and the Compton Cowboys share in the mission to be a positive force in our communities and celebrate how impactful horses are to all of our lives across all disciplines.
Down here in the paddock at Santa Anita, very pleased to be with Zoe Brogdon from the Compton Junior Equestrians. And Zoe, can you give me a little background on the Compton Cowboys and the Compton Junior Equestrians?
Absolutely. So the Compton Cowboys was originally founded in Compton in the backyard of this beautiful and wonderful woman named Maisha Akbar. She started the Compton Cowboys in order to help kids get off the streets and start riding horses. It helped them develop their skills in school and also develop skills with horses, and creating that companionship was really helpful and substantial in their growth and learning. And from there, the Compton Equestrians came when the original members of the Compton Cowboys grew up and decided to continue that program. And then now they teach other young students and other young black people from Compton and from the surrounding areas to create beautiful and incredible equestrians.
All right, so for you personally, how did you find yourself getting started with this particular program, and what are your near future goals that you have set for yourself?
The way I started was actually from like a summer camp, and that was in Burbank and very far, and then I just kept asking my parents, could I do it again and again and again? And after more summers, I then said, hey, can I do this during the year? And that's when my parents ended up finding the Compton Junior Equestrians. Then it was called the Compton Junior Posse, but now that the Junior Equestrians is created, it's the same idea, same plan, and it still helps me to this day be able to become a better and even greater rider. Sorry, could you say the second part of the question one more time?
Well, Zoe, thank you so much for joining us. The Compton Cowboys and the Compton Junior Equestrian sounds like a fantastic program. Enjoy your day out here at Santa Anita, Zoe.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And Aiden Butler has been a big proponent. He was very proud of the outreach with the Compton Cowboys here at Santa Anita, and they have been a part of a lot of different activities here over the last couple of years.
That's what I was going to say. They're a very consistent part of our everyday life here at Santa Anita. We see them having all sorts of different organizations, tours, bringing groups out here and introducing new potential young fans and up-and-comers to the sport.
I love the fact that they come on the track and they're able to perform, and I feel like a lot of times they come and they bring different disciplines. So they're not only showing how professional they are, but just the versatility that they have in their particular group.
We're 15 minutes away from the Golden State Juvenile Stakes as we take a look in the saddling paddock. There is a look at one of the contenders here, as this race will be contested over over 7 furlongs today. I was getting a little antsy about the Breeders' Cup races starting in race number 5. Sorry about that. 7 furlongs, 175,000. There's a look at Going Mobile. By the way, Timeform U.S. past performances are a revolutionary way to look at pace and pace-adjusted speed figures to get an instant look at how a horse race will be run. Get today's card, this is true, for free at drf.com/free. Going Mobile there on screen, panning over to And there is a look at Michi's Express on the track right now, or on the walking ring right now, a 2-year-old colt by Sluice Tisnow.
Yeah, even though he does have that race in the Zuma Beach under his belt, it will be a benefit to him today. He might not have appreciated the turf course, but he does compete 7 furlongs in here, and so the stamina that he will have gained from that race, from the 7 races prior, the distance should not be any kind of an excuse for him today. In fact, I think he'll like it based on his effort 2 races back in the I'm Smokin'. He and Dr. No-No come out of that race. It would be the most recent performance for Dr. No-No, the 1 horse who is at 9-2. I think we have that race for you now. So here the 2 of them are, and as they turn for home, Dr. No-No is going to end up being your winner on this occasion, Michelle. He's just going to nose out Michi's Express for the win. But I think if you like one, you sort of have to like the other, but you're going to get a very different style from them today. Dr. No-No on the rail has the speed. Michi's Express will be rallying from off of it, and he's widely drawn here.
I think when you watch this race, too, what you can see is that the 7, Dr. No-No, looked extremely fatigued coming inside, and he's going to have to go an extra furlong from the distance that he went to there. And Michi's Express looked very green as well. Dr. No-No was on the wrong lead. Michi's Express kind of lugged in at the very end and then came back out. So both these colts have some room to grow, but we're going to have to see some more fitness from Dr. No-No as well.
Right now, you can see we are showing you the current pool in the Pick 6. That's $281,000 in this Pick 6. You can wager for a $1 increment. It's traditional Pick 6 format, not the jackpots that you've seen become popular over the last half a decade. $281,000 right now. That is going to be close to $1 million by the time we get to post. As they are getting close to a post parade, we still have time to show a ticket from Christina Blacker. How do you go after this Pick 6?
So just a few of them in here. Dr. No-No, I do think his speed along the inside will help him. My top pick is the 11 Magic Spoon, though. I thought that long sustained run in his debut was very, very impressive. Our next race will be the first of the Breeders' Cup races, and in the Juvenile Turf Sprint, I go a little deep in there with the 2, the 3, and the 4. My top pick is Big Evs, as I mentioned earlier today. Race number 6 is the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. I did not single in there. I used the 2 and the 7. I think it's a little misleading the way the numbers are lining up, but it's 2 and 7 for you there. Jody's Pride is really interesting to me. She's 2 for 2, and I just think she could be any kind. So I think a lot of people might be singling Tamara in this Pick 6. That's definitely understandable. She's the shortest price on the morning line of any of our races. She is the story of the day, but I did include a few more in there. Race number 7, the Juvenile Fillies on Turf. I'll take quite a few of them. As you can see, my top pick is the 4 Loln in there, the new French bred for Phil D'Amato. I single in the 8th. I took Timberlake as my single. He's my top selection clearly in the Juvenile. And then the Juvenile Turf, we did have a big scratch of the 2. River Tiber will not be competing today. I'll end up with 2 of them. The 5, My Boy Prince, who I think has a danger of getting away on the lead, and unquestionable the 8, Aidan O'Brien's horse, who Ryan Moore will now ride with the scratch of River Tiber.
10 minutes away from the Golden State Juvenile. Just got a pronunciation update on the 12. It's Michi's Express, not Michi. Mitzi. I know it's not spelled like that, but I got it from a track announcer, so it's got to be right. Let's take a look at this field as they are coming on to the track here. Start of the Pick 6, as we mentioned, also available exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and Pick 3 wagering. 7 furlongs, that's 7/8 of a mile distance. Once again, we talked about how tricky it was when we were covering the Golden State Juvenile Fillies. Now the Colts and Geldings have the same distance to tackle here. Dr. No-No leading the post parade for Brian Corner.
On his toes, he is 2 for 3 lifetime, the winner of the I'm Smokin'. We showed you that race just a few moments ago. He was a nose clear of Michi's Express.
Number 2 is Stay on the Fence for Antonio Garcia. Ricky Gonzalez going to be aboard the son of Pavel. He is a maiden, but I think should appreciate the little bit more ground he's going to get today.
Another 40-1 shot up next. Just a Guess is the son of Nyquist. Broke his maiden last out on turf, going 2 turns. He should be fit for this race today. Switches back to the main track, turns back in distance.
And worth noting there that Mario Gutierrez gets pick of the Redham, so he ends up on that one. Here's the 4, Shady Appeal for Jeff Bondi. Going to be stretching out in distance. His last couple since breaking his maiden have not been fantastic.
Salsation 25-1, maturing according to Andy. In the paddock, he was second last out in the Manzano over at Albuquerque. That was back on October the 14th. Returns on quick rest today.
6 is Private Gem for trainer Mark Glad, who's connecting at 27% for the meet. Going to be covering some more distance today. He was picked up at his first lifetime out, which was a victory against Maiden 50 Company.
The 7, Mr. Suds, is 22-1. He ran a pretty good race first time out. It was only at 4.5 furlongs, but he was very fast that day. He puts the blinkers on and switches back from the turf to the dirt again.
Going Mobile going to be coming through next. 9-1 right now for Steve Knapp. Irad Ortiz going to be aboard here. This one also coming from a turf race, moving back to the main track where he did score his own first career victory.
Tiger in My Tank has been up in Northern California for all 3 of his starts. He's 2 for 3 lifetime, was 4th behind Dreamfire in the Everett Nevin 2 starts back.
Last Call London will be next year. We mentioned how good this gelded son of Stay Thirsty looked on the track, and he is a first-time gelding for this particular race. He's been knocking on the door in his last several. This could be his coming out party. Leading rider at Santa Anita, J.J. Hernandez, climbing aboard.
Magic Spoon broke from the rail in his debut. It was not ideal. He dropped back, ended up having a little bit of trouble, but he swung wide and produced a very long, sustained move. For a 2-year-old, it was quite visually impressive. He's a son of Good Magic, who gets some added distance to work with today.
Mitzi's Express aboard now, are coming in next with Joel Rosario aboard for Steve Knapp. Disappointing in the Zuma Beach, but returns to the dirt where his best races have been run. He's got plenty of foundation under there, and he's picked up quite a few checks along the way.
7 minutes away from the Golden State Juvenile. Let's check in with Caden.
Mark Latz, Private Gem had to find a way through to get the victory last time in that debut performance. Mark, what did he show you there?
Well, he showed a lot of grit and determination, especially for a 2-year-old. And he walked over. I claimed him that day in his debut, and he walked over. He looked like a pretty decent-looking athletic horse, and we took a shot. So you never know what you're going to, see with a first-time starter that you don't really know a whole lot about. But I liked his pedigree, and he'd had some okay works on paper, and thought if he was a decent enough looking horse, like I said, we would take a shot. And we're extremely pleased with his race.
With the step up in distance to 7 furlongs and a tougher task ahead, what type of trip are you looking for?
He had speed, or he broke sharp and couldn't quite go with him, going 5.5 in his debut. Kind of got shuffled back a little bit and then, finished with a flurry. But I think going 7 furlongs today with a race under his belt and some experience, a little better post. He was drawn inside in his debut, or closer to the inside, that he'll be right there in the race. I think Flavian can do what he wants, and we'll see if he's good enough on a quick turnaround.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mark Blatt with Private Gem looking to repeat after a maiden breaking performance against Easier. And then, of course, on the opposite end of the spectrum, looking for a big performance and some redemption with the Warhorse sprinter, Dr. Scheibel, in tomorrow's Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Thank you very much, Caden. And yes, Private Gem, certainly a contender at 6-1. But Dr. Nono also a contender, as we're taking a look at this Smiling Tiger colt. He's coming off back-to-back wins, including that win in the I'm Smoking.
He has some good size to him, as you can see out there. He was third by just a length in his first career start. That was down at Del Mar. In fact, all 3 of his starts have been at Del Mar. He gets his first attempt here at Santa Anita in the afternoons, has been training regularly here for quite some time. And I think he's committed from the inside post, Michelle, with that speed that he's already shown us, and the fact that he draws inside. Ramon Vasquez more than likely will put him right on the lead today.
He's going to have to be just because of his draw, but I hope that there's opportunity for him to take a breather and relax, because if not, I'm not entirely sure he's going to be able to sustain the full 7.
How about Magic Spoon? Will this colt be able to sustain? Came from well off the pace with an inside draw in the debut to win by 3 parts of a length.
I think he's going to love the 7 furlongs today. Looking at his debut, it's difficult for any horse, especially a first-time starter, to make such a long move. He had to begin that kind of charge for home as they approached the turn. He had to make up a lot of ground on the turn. He ended up having to go wide. And he earns a good Thoroughgraph speed figure, other speed figures for that, because of the amount of ground that he gave up, and was able to win in the end, and looked like he could have gone on a little farther even in that race if he had to.
Well, and you look, he drew the rail that day on debut, which is never a great spot. He obviously was not involved early on, so not only did he have to swing wide, but it was from the rail position, which means he took a ton of dirt. There were so many things he overcame in that debut, and I know a lot of little birdies in the backs that have been talking about Magic Spoon.
What about Mincy's Express here on the outside at 6-1 for Steve Knapp? Zuma Beach, turf, you can just draw a line through that. Second that I'm Smoking, we saw the backtrack. Turning back from a mile, like we said, that can be a real advantage in these 7 furlong races.
I like this horse in here. I like the turn back, and getting back to dirt is obviously a positive. He's going to have just enough speed to run it, I feel like. I want to see him move forward, though. We did see him making a lot of mistakes last time, and while I think the distance is going to work in his favor, he's going to have to get things together at some point. I mean, he's a 2-year-old. I'm going to give him some leeway, but we're also in career start number 9.
I think he's a horse that's kind of thriving on the competition, too. I mean, it took him a while to break his maiden. He was obviously forward enough that they debuted him at 4.5 furlongs back in April, but he sort of raced his way into shape, and he keeps getting better. Caleb Keller talks about these horses all the time, the horses that keep taking those little steps forward. He's never really taken a step back, to be fair to him.
No, he just keeps getting better in every single start, and we're in start number 9 here. There's the number 8 horse Going Mobile. The other Steve Knapp runner, Arad Ortiz, will be aboard. This horse won the debut, was 4th in a stakes race, and then on the turf last time out, prevailed by a nose.
Really, the phasing tipped in Futurity had a lot of good horses in it. Tranch was very well intended, coming from back east. Miramati, the very expensive Baffert runner in there. So the fact that he was well beaten, I'm not that dissuaded by. I like the fact that he came back and was able to win, especially off of the break. Steve Knapp has really been getting his juveniles to be really precocious here, and he ran well on in his first race. Oh, it's a Coyote.
Yes, that is a Wild Coyote, not Wiley Coyote, as he has made his way onto the racetrack here. We're going to wait for him to vacate the premise before we run the Golden State Juvenile Stakes.
Maybe he wants in.
Of all the days, Breeders' Cup. I mean, I've never seen
a coyote back here.
Never.
Come to Los Al. We get them all the time.
Plenty of coyotes around this area, but never on the racetrack.
We actually had some coyotes on the Hillside Turf Course a couple of weeks ago.
You're right. Yes.
We were trying to figure out what the delay was, and then somebody finally got a shot of him, and there he goes, out to the parking lot, probably back up into the hills.
Well, that's a lot of roads to cross for him from down here. I think he might be a little on the lost side.
That's one of the reasons we got a dog. My wife was petrified of the coyotes taking the child. I was like, I don't know. He's 4 now. I don't think we have to worry about that. But
you never know, Mike.
True.
Some of these coyotes get violent.
There's a look at Mitzi's Express at 6-1, but the favorite is just to the inside of him, Magic Spoon, 5-2.
I like Magic Spoon in here today. We talked about that debut performance from him. It was back on October the 7th. Now, since then, he has come back with a few maintenance drills. You see that October 20th work, 48 flat. Nice work on the 28th of October, 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 2. Just seems to be sort of ticking along for Jose Valdez into this second start.
As they are making their way to the starting gate here for race number 4, the Pick 6 pool, approaching $500,000, $467,000. Let's check in now with Joaquin Jaime.
Yeah, Mike, I just spoke to trainer Peter Miller, who has the 10 in here in Last Call London. This horse is being reported as a first-time gelding today. Despite running well in his last 2 races, I asked Peter a second ago what went into that decision, and he said he just really wants to get this horse to relax a little bit more. That's the reason they gelded him. I said, have you noticed a change since that procedure? And he said, yes, just in his morning training, I have noticed that it has worked. He is relaxing a little bit more. And 3 starts back, I was at Pleasanton in the Everett and Evan. That was a really, really bad stumble. It got away awkwardly. That was the excuse that day. But a horse has really improved in his last 2, just missing by a head in the graduation, a half length in the I'm Smoking. But that was the reason for the decision, Mike, and gelding Last Call London in here, just to try.
They're approaching the starting gate right now. Final thoughts, Michelle?
I'm going to stick with the one, Dr. No-No, and hope that he gets a breather at some point in this race. Otherwise, the 2 outside horses are super logical in here.
Christina?
Magic Spoon was my top selection coming into the day today. I will stick with it. I was very impressed by his debut. I did think the 8 made a nice impression out there if you're looking for a better price on looks right now.
Let's go to Frank Miramati with the call of the Golden State Juvenile.
Thank you, Mike. They are moving into line for the Golden State Juvenile, Going Mobile. Just a Guess comes up. Here's Tiger in My Tank for Mr. and Mrs. Larry Williams. They took the Golden State Juvenile fillies with a daughter of Smiling Tiger. This time they have a gelding by Smiling Tiger and Tiger in My Tank, who goes in at a big number. Here's Salsation, Magic Spoon in the BG Blue. Private Gem coming up goes in smoothly, and Mitzi's Express. And Joel Rosario to the outside. It pays to be Calbred. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Golden State Juvenile. Private Gem in the center is hustled out for early speed. Tiger in My Tank is up close in the early going. And Going Mobile is faster than both. Going Mobile is up to take the lead now. Stay on the Fence is prominent. And here comes Shady Appeal. So Shady Appeal now sets the pace. Private Gem a close up second. Dr. Nono is coming through along the rail. And Dr. Nono is right on even terms with Shady Appeal. Racing in between them, Stay on the Fence. So those two go on with it. Private Gem now fourth. Going Mobile fifth, and 3 lengths off the lead. Magic Spoon much closer today, has 5 lengths to make up as they head past the half-mile pole. Mr. Suds between horses. Salsation is down at the rail as they move into the far turn. Last Call London is making some headway now. He's all the way up to within 7 lengths of the lead. Mitzi's Express is also starting to progress, going by Mr. Suds as they have 5/16 of a mile to go. And then Just a Guess. It's a wide open scramble. And here's Magic Spoon with a wide bid. And down at the rail, Dr. Nono. Dr. Nono hugs the rail. Magic Spoon in behind them. Going Mobile is trying to finish with some interest. And from the back of the field, Mitzi's Express. They're in the final furlong. And coming back for more is Private Gem in between horses. Magic Spoon, Private Gem coming back. It's Magic Spoon just in front, and Magic Spoon and Tiago Pereira to win the Golden State Juvenile. Private Gem was a solid second. Dr. Nono finished third. Then it was Mitzi's Express in fourth, and the battle for fifth included Going Mobile. BG Stables and Jose Valdez team up in the Golden State Juvenile.
Magic Spoon, what a move down the center of the track to get the victory here. And that was a nice ride from Tiago Pereira. That's a real nice colt.
Wide draw for him today. He was post 11 in this group of 12, and that forced him to be wide all the way down the backstretch and very wide all the way around the turn. Michelle, we saw a big sustained run from him in the debut. He had to do that and then some today. Certainly had something to build off of, but this was not an easy trip for this colt.
I'm glad that you mentioned that he was stayed wide. I don't necessarily know if he had to stay wide. I think that they chose to stay wide so he didn't have to take any of that kickback or any other issues. You know, we saw him on debut and he got into all that trouble and he was still able to do something good breaking from the rail. I think they just want to get him into this wide position. So now that we've seen it in back-to-back races from 2 different draws, I think just this could be a colt that is going to be good as long as he is outside of the clear.
Big effort from Private Gem, who was claimed by Mark Glatt in the debut, turning back pretty quickly. Thought that horse really fought on gallantly to finish second today at 6-1.
Also, I got to say, I think the track looks like it's playing very fair. We had a horse near the front really hang on and finish up there well. We had obviously the horse on the outside win, and then Private Gem came from kind of that mid-pack and tried to split horses coming up there in that bold move.
Magic Spoon, a son of Good Magic out of the Canadian Frontier Mare Canadian Mistress. Calbred here, he was bred by Richard Barton. They still have a lot of horses in action. This one now owned by the BG Stables and Jose Valdez, the winning conditioner. So a double payday for him, and I'm sure very satisfied with the performance that we see. A small barn, and they get a big stakes win on a big day.
He's got some action that could be a little turfy too, don't you think?
Absolutely.
I mean, in 2 starts, the ceiling has just been torn off the potential of this colt because we have no idea how much better he can get because he just took a gigantic step forward in his second career start. And the way this colt moves, I mean, for a horse to win from that far back in his first career start, that's something to take note of. To do it against Stakes Company in his second career start, now we're talking about potential.
From that far back at the rail in his debut, too. I mean,
right.
they could not have made it any more difficult for him first time out, and he still found a way to win that day. He showed that he was something special, and he really backed it up here.
Especially when you look at the cumulative body of work for this particular field. We're talking 12 horses. Many of them have been in stakes races or have won stakes races before. It's not like it's all these horses, maidens, making their second start or
right.
whatnot. They've all been campaigned all summer long and have done very, very well.
Magic Spoon getting the victory. Once again, 11-6, 112-8, your order of finish. There's a look at your payouts here. A 2-to-1 favorite paying $6 for $2 wager to win. At pick 3, coming back $256.50 as we are heading into the final leg of that early pick 5, which is also the start of our Breeders' Cup racing.
A sequence where we saw a 23-to-1 shot, a sequence where we saw a 1-to-2 shot defeated. looking at some very nice payoffs if you are alive in the early pick 5 today.
We are 38 minutes away from the first Breeders' Cup race of the day, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. As we are going to give a cheers to the breeders here, it is the Breeders' Cup indeed. Back in the winner's circle, though, we're going to let them have their moment here. Magic Spoon deserves it. A colt by Good Magic out of the Canadian Frontier Mare, Canadian Mistress. This one for Jose Valdez, BG Stables, Richard Barton Enterprises, the breeder of this colt, and Tiago Pereira with the winning ride.
Nice effort from Tiago Pereira today, never panicking from that outside post, just keeping his horse settled out in the clear, finishing up nicely to get the win, and he is now 2 for 2.
Say cheese, everyone. Say cheese. They're going to line them up here and get the pictures taken. It is a fantastic day to find the winner's circle. Even if it's not in a Breeders' Cup race in earnest, which the next ones will be, finding the winner's circle on this day can be truly special. And a stakes victory with a horse who's just now making his second career start. And in that fashion, so much to be excited about and so much to celebrate.
It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. John Deere has been an enduring supporter of the equine industry and is proud to be the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championship. All Breeders' Cup horse breeders and owners are qualified to receive discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses in equal parts Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile, presented by the TAA. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Welcome back to the Sportsbook Draft, where FanDuel's pick is in.
With the first pick in the 2023 Sportsbook Draft, FanDuel selects horse racing.
Brilliant pick, as FanDuel becomes the first and only sportsbook app where you can bet on horse racing.
Just a savvy move by a savvy franchise.
New customers get a no-sweat bet on the Breeders' Cup up to $200.
It's like they know each other.
What do you think Rob's saying to him right now?
Probably something about oats.
Over the past few years, First and Santa Anita Park have developed a strong bond with the Compton Cowboys and the Compton Junior Equestrian Program in our shared love for horses and horsemanship. The Compton Cowboys are community leaders who stand for making a difference and being positive role models for the children of the local community. The 4 core areas of growth for junior equestrians are academic enrichment, healthy and sustainable living, workforce training, and sportsmanship. First and Santa Anita Park are proud to be partners with the Compton Cowboys by becoming one of their primary support systems at Shelburne Farms, a training location for the Compton Junior Equestrians, complete with riding ring, jumps, and horse stables. First, Santa Anita Park and the Compton Cowboys share in the mission to be a positive force in our communities and celebrate how impactful horses are to all of our lives across all disciplines.
40 years ago, we were founded for thoroughbred racing. For 40 years, we've set the stage for the world common race. We've dedicated our lives to our sport, to witness the unforgettable, to reach the mountaintop, to win a championship that defines a legacy. Our love, our dedication, our passion, it runs deep.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Santa Anita Park for the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. This two-day world-class competition is made possible through the support of Breeders' Cup nominators, participating horsemen, and corporate partners, including top-level partners Longines, FanDuel, Big Ass Fans, Maker's Mark, NetJets, PNC Bank, Prevagen, and Qatar Racing. On behalf of the Breeders' Cup and its fans, we thank the thoroughbred industry and our corporate partners for their loyal support. Today's Breeders' Cup lineup features 5 two-year-old championship races run as part of Future Stars Friday. 2 of today's races, the $2 million FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile and the $2 million NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, were part of the original 7 Breeders' Cup races run when the championship started 40 years ago.
It all got off to a wild start.
And here's the wire. Wild again does it.
And for the next 40 years, never slowed down.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
We've seen classic duels.
They come to the wire. They're not to the park.
American legends. We've seen breathtaking moves.
And Arazi runs right by him.
And golden performances.
Golden Cova, a true champion.
Moments we could not believe.
This is unbelievable. Zenyatta.
And performances that made us believe.
A Triple Crown winner, a Breeders' Cup winner, a horse of a lifetime.
And folks, we're just getting started. Welcome to the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Santa Anita Park. The best in our sport from all over the world have made the journey here in pursuit of racing's highest honor. Today, the future stars of our sport will take the spotlight in 5 championship juvenile races. It's a day that has seen future greatness on display. So who will take the next step and add to our rich history? Let's find out.
Please rise if you are able for the presentation of our national colors and remain standing for our national anthem. Our national colors are being presented today by the Arcadia Police Department Honor Guard. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome multi-talented actress and musical prodigy, Madison Taylor Baez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
concludes the opening ceremonies for the 2023 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Get ready for an action-packed day of championship racing, and good luck.
The 6th installment of the $1 million Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint is contested over 5 furlongs at Santa Anita. 4-wheel drive won it here in 2019, starting a 3-year run of winner's circle trips for trainer Wesley Ward and jockey Ired Ortiz Jr. The streak concluded 2 years ago when the filly Twilight Gleaming prevailed at Del Mar. Last year, the race was elevated to Grade 1 status, and Europe scored its first win with Mischief Magic for trainer Charlie Appleby. This is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
And this is where the real magic will begin, as we are just 26 minutes away from the first Breeders' Cup race of the weekend, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Michael Joyce here. I'm very pleased to be joined by two of the best in this game, Rishi Prasad on loan from Great Britain, and Simon Bray, who we bought.
Expensive?
Not as much as you'd think, my friend. But we have a great group assembled here in the Turf Sprint, and 5 furlongs on a firm turf course that has been playing very fair and in an excellent condition coming into today.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I have been watching the racing on the turf. It does seem to be a fair track, which lends itself to thinking that this gives us a chance, because I feel that the Europeans have got a strong lineup in this race, particularly with dear old Big Evs.
About the track, none more evident than race 1, Mike, when Lord Bullingdon missed the break, completely blew the start, and still rallied from off the pace to win going away. So no excuses as far as the way the track plays.
Although that was some serious talent we saw in that first race. I don't know if I'd used Lord Bullingdon as an example of anything, because he would have won from 100 lengths back. Let's take a look right now at this field. No Name Metz, not shockingly, has opened up as the early favorite here.
Yeah, I can see why. Obviously, his ability to act around a turn seems to be a key element, as opposed to when No Name Metz turned up at Royal Ascot, which was a disappointing effort. There was a lot of expectation. But it does mean that at least there's a strong American alternative to maybe give the European or the leading European contender a little bit of value in the prices.
No Name Metz is owned by Alex Bregman. He's the starting third baseman for the Houston Astros. That's baseball, Rishi, kind of like cricket.
It's nothing like cricket.
But that horse will get some following, Mike, don't you think? Because of his involvement in it. Sometimes when we have celebrities or personalities that own a horse, there is a certain amount of wagering dollars that go there because of that ownership.
Right. He has a couple dollars, too, he can use to swing the pool as well. As we take a look at the breeders, this is the Breeders' Cup. So the Three Chimneys cheers to the breeder really makes a lot of sense on a day like today. Without the breeders, we would be nowhere in this game.
Yeah, and I'm particularly excited when you're talking about breeding, about the sire of Big Evs, Blue Point. He was a top-class sprinter for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Rather Bloodstock bred Big Evs. Mick Appleby, who's purchased him and now has produced him to arguably be the fastest two-year-old, certainly in England, over 5 furlongs, judged by this performance in the Flying Childer Stakes, which came after a disappointing run in the Nunthorpe against Elders. The good thing about this horse is he's fast away from the gates. I heard Simon chatting in 1 or 2 places of the last week, and he makes a relevant point about not going around a bend before, but he has trained around it. It's not perfect that he hasn't been around a bend in a competitive environment, but at least he's been around it training.
How much of a difference does that make? As you speak about the fact that the turf sprinters in the UK and in Europe in general, they tend not to have a turn in those races. They're mostly straightaways.
Yeah, the very best sprint races in Europe, as Simon will know, as you will know in fairness, run on a straight track. The horses that go around a bend in sprint races tend to be at a lower level. The races on the all-weather, perhaps a race at Chester, and those races, you never attract the best horses. The pattern, the very best Group 1, 2, 3 races are run on the straight tracks. So we don't really see our very best sprinters going around a bend until, of course, we decide to send them for the toughest challenge of their career. At the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, you're very kind. I knew none of that. At any rate, Simon, what are we going to look for here in this turf sprint? A 5 furlong event. How can we parse the way that these horses are going to make a go of it?
Well, obviously speed is of the essence here, 5 furlongs, and Richie was kind of going that way, and I'm going to pick up on it. Crimson Advocate to the inside. I think the only person that can beat George Weaver is George Weaver. He's got 3 runners in here. And it kind of ties in with Big Evs. When Big Evs won the Flying Childers, beat a horse called Flora of Bermuda, who was in the Queen Mary, was the 6th place finisher in there. And I can tell you, this is one of the best races of the summer, I think, as far as a key race goes. My colleague Todd Trott was making fun of me. Well, they're all good because they're Royal Ascot. This event that you're looking at here, the Queen Mary, produced 6 next out winners. The 2nd, the 6th, the 7th, the 12th, the 15th, and the 25th place finisher all came back out of there to win. Rishi and I were having a conversation. The runner-up Relief Rally came back and won the Lowther. That's a very good Group 1 at York. She got some great form, don't you think, Rishi? Am I overthinking it?
No, the horse that she's beaten there, Relief Rally, the only time she's ever been beaten in her 2-year-old career is by Crimson Advocate at Royal Ascot. Other than that, she won her 2 starts going into Royal Ascot. She won her 2 starts afterwards, and arguably one of the best fillies around over 5 and 6 furlongs. So it's fair to say that Crimson Advocate achieved a great deal in winning that race at Ascot. But so did Big Evs. And
Yes.
I think Big Evs did improve from his win at Royal Ascot, his disappointing run in the Nunthorpe, and then going to the Flying Childers. It was his best performance of the season.
Nunthorpe's excuse, right? I mean, 2-year-old taking on older horses.
Tough ask.
Very tough ask.
Well, it never happens in this country. I mean, how frequently would you see a 2-year-old try to take on older horses?
Do you have races framed for 2-year-olds?
Never.
No, we don't. I mean, in Europe, Rishi will pick up. I mean, it's the sprints. It's the Nunthorpe, the Labé. 2-year-olds have run in the Labé Arc weekend, right?
Yeah, and they have won those races, but you have to go back in history. Although, having said that, Platinum Queen, who ran in this race 12 months ago, she ran in the Nunthorpe. She came up short here, but I think she'd had so many runs by the end of the season, she probably wasn't quite at her best. Whereas I think Big Evs is lightly raced and potentially still going to improve.
Well, the thoroughgraph numbers in this race, Big Evs is a standout. With the caveat, it is a straight race, not around a bend, and we'll see how that all unfolds in just a moment. This is the start of one of the many pick 5s on the card, and Simon, I know you have a ticket you wanted to take a stab at here.
Yes, I mean, I think you need some coverage here. I thought there were, several horses that came into the equation. Crimson Advocate, No Name Mets, clearly. You have to use Big Ev. So 1, 2, 4, 8, 11. I got coverage all the way through races 6, 7, and 8. In the juvenile, I mean, that's probably one of the most wide open races, right, on the afternoon. I think, you got some big trainers, major players, Bob Baffert, Chad Brown, Brad Cox, all with live runners in there. I'm going too deep just because of budgetary restrictions. Timberlake, and I'll go with the 10 in there, Muth for trainer Bob Baffert. And then in the 9th, I'll go with the other 8. And unfortunately, River Tiber scratched this morning. Ryan Moore now jumps aboard, unquestionable. Aiden's won this race 5 times, all with Ryan Moore aboard. I'll single that horse in the 9th and final there.
So down to the paddock with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by Tony Rallo, the mastermind here with Shards, with Crownsway Racing. The distance might be a little sharp today. Any concerns on that?
Yeah, we would have preferred probably 5.5 or 6, but we think he's doing really well right now. So he worked very fast at the sale. He's a quick horse, so hopefully 5 won't be too sharp for us.
Can you tell me a little bit about what this means to your partnership? I know you have a ton of syndicate owners watching by right now.
Yeah, so we started 6 years ago with 20 partners and $20,000, and just to get to this kind of moment is, I think, a very big deal for us. And hopefully it'll be the first of many, but you'll never get the first one back again. So we're going to enjoy this one.
Now, there's going to be plenty of pace up front, but how far back do you think you're going to be today?
That's really up to Adam. We trust in Adam. He's a great rider. He rides all of Kelsey's best horses. Ideally, probably not all the way in the back, but somewhere 6, 7 out of it. Probably no more than that.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Michelle. Pick 5 pool cresting 1.5 million, Simon. What was $60 of that yours?
100.
Oh, wow.
So it'd be $1,508 if it wasn't for me.
Wow. Done quite well since becoming a naturalized citizen here. As we are 18 minutes to post for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. So the Juvenile Turf Sprint, the turf race is really where the Euros do their best work here in the U.S. This is not necessarily one they've had a ton of success in, though, right?
No, it's not one where our success has been a plethora of success, but we did win it last year. Mischievous Magic.
What have you done for me lately? Let's check in with Kate and Bradar.
Well, it's a family affair after the No Name Mets team with Reagan and Alex Bregman. And tell me about Breeders' Cup started.
Honestly, we're just so thankful to be here. This is an amazing event, and we're just thankful for the ride that No Name Mets has taken us on so far, and we're looking forward to the race.
Well, I know you're a longtime fan and student of the game, so size up the chances for me. What kind of trip are we looking for? No Name Mets is pretty fast.
I think we got a good shot. I hope we get a good break, and then we'll let Irad do everything else.
Julie, Reagan, is he always this calm?
Normally, no. I'm not this past week, but I feel like it's getting really close and we're getting really excited, so we can't wait. We're just excited to see him run.
Can you compare, for those who haven't experienced these major league events, what the Breeders' Cup is like?
This is the World Series of horse racing, so it's the pinnacle of the sport, and we're super thankful to even be here and have a horse that's brought us here.
We'll enjoy watching the race and look forward to talking to you more down the line. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And I mentioned a family affair. It's also been a family sport for Alex as well. For a long time, came to the races very naturally with his father, and has been watching very avidly the progress of all his horses across the country. So a big event is not unfamiliar territory, but certainly a special experience.
He's a World Series champion, so he knows a little something about World Series. And
his dad was on the New Mexico Racing Commission, which I learned this week. I didn't know that.
So here's the thing. We've seen a lot of athletes, and then when they retire, former athletes, they use racing to replace that competition, because they all say they miss the same thing, right? They don't miss the practices. They don't miss as much as the competition, being able to competitively go into battle with their colleagues and whatnot. And horse racing does play a big part in that when a lot of these guys have to step away from their first sport.
It's huge opportunity for guys in Europe, ex-football players or soccer players, you call them. A load of them get involved in racing once they call it a day on the football field, soccer field.
Let's check in with Jess Stafford.
Thank you. Yeah, Tom Marquand, he's ridden all over the world, Australia, Japan, Santa Anita for the first time. How are you feeling for it?
Yeah, it's obviously great to be here, especially with a live chance. And yeah, to be honest, just looking forward to getting aboard and seeing what he can do now.
I've just seen him come in. He's looking feisty. He's looking up for it. He's a small pocket rocket, isn't it? And all good things come in small sizes.
Yeah, he is. Look, he's stereotypical, fast-looking 2-year-old, and if he was much bigger, I suppose he wouldn't be quite as quick. So, yeah, look, he's the model he needs to be for what he does.
And what's the plan? Come out the gates and keep it simple?
Look, it's he's obviously been real quick in England, but being real quick in England is a bit different out here. So, look, we'll see how he breaks. Obviously, we'll come out the best we can and see how we go.
He's been a star all over the world. Let's hope it continues on. Good luck, Tom.
Thanks, Jess. Cheers.
Tom Marquand.
And thank you very much, Jess. Tom Marquand, that would be his first ride in North America, right?
Yeah, I spoke to Tom earlier in the week when he arrived. Genuinely, it is great to see when someone of his caliber, and he's now amongst the elite riders in Britain, probably one amongst the elite riders in Europe and the world, you see the excitement that he has turning up at the Breeders' Cup. He is absolutely buzzing about the opportunity to ride Big Evs, because he does think that he's not only compete at the Breeders' Cup, but he thinks he's a live contender.
Yeah.
He thinks he can win. He knows the horse pretty well. He was aboard when he won the Flying Childers, and so he thinks that if he can repeat that, he'll go close. He forms part of my box trifecta for this race. The first exotic I ever won when I was a kid was a box trifecta. I think it might have been the last one.
How are we going to play it? 3-horse box? Okay.
Yeah, 1, 4, and 8. Crimson Advocate.
Yep.
I agree with what you say about the form, especially from Ascot. I know Todd ridiculed you for saying about the form at Ascot, beating Relief Rally, but it's very strong form. And were she to reproduce something like that, I know off a layoff, but I think the George Weaver horses are okay off
very
the
good.
layoff.
Yeah.
So
That's not
I'll be happy to include her.
Yep.
I'm obviously including Big Evs, and I'm going to throw in Cherry Blossom.
Okay.
It's folly to ignore any Aidan O'Brien horse. But the thing I like about Cherry Blossom is the drop back to 5 furlongs. Has only run once over 5 furlongs, has shown plenty of speed running over further, 6 furlongs, even had a go over 7 furlongs, went second to what could be a superstar in one look in the Goffs Million. And I think dropping back to 5 furlongs might just be a play for Cherry Blossom. I like the fact that the track is playing fair to give a horse like Cherry Blossom a little bit of a chance to get into it late on.
And I think, I mean, look, you're much better European form than I am, these days. But I look at Relief Rally. She's run well against her in the Lau. Porta Fortuna, who's going to be, to me, I think got a live chance in the Juvenile Fillies Turf later on. So she's got some good form.
Yeah, Porta Fortuna's got a massive chance, I think. She's one of the 2 horses, I think, in the Juvenile Filly Turf, along with Carla's Way. So you're right, form is strong.
Form is strong. Well, we have a moment, 12 minutes to race number 5, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint here at Santa Anita. While we have a moment, let's go back to the FanDuel TV studios and Dubs Anderson. Dubs?
Thank you, gentlemen. 12 minutes cannot come fast enough here. I'm in front of the FanDuel Sportsbook. We can wager on the next one here at Santa Anita, the World Championships, as big as it gets. And for me, the top chance. I know we've got the international Raiders trying to go against the hometown heroes, but for me, it will be one of the international players here, the number 4, Big Evs. We just saw Jess Stafford catching up with Aussie Tom. Aussie Tom, Mark 1. Yes, he's English, rides a lot in Australia, world-class jockey. And I love the chances here. Very quick out of the stalls. We've seen that 3 very, very convincing wins from the 5 starts, but there was a 1-3 back for me at Goodwood. Showed a lot of guts, a lot of moxie. I don't care if we go on the bend, we go on the straight. Give me the 4, Big Evs, who sits at 7-2 in the FanDuel Sportsbook at plus 350. So genuine chance at a very good price. Big Evs to run massive. The very first championship race coming up here for Future Stars Friday, and I cannot wait. 11 minutes till start time. We've also got that WinBet insurance. If you're looking to place your first wager in the FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Racing. This is the pinnacle in sports, as good as it gets on a Friday. Let's have a flutter. Back to you, team.
Dub, some have said this is the Super Bowl of horse racing. Well, that's if you play the Super Bowl 14 times in one weekend. We have 14 championship races, the first of which is about to happen here in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Welcome back to our set on the Breeders' Cup Players Show. I'm Todd Schrupp, joined by Rishi Prasad and Simon Bray. And this is our first matchup where it truly is America versus the world, and I think it's a little bit more even in this one. When you look ahead to tomorrow and some of the big turf showdowns, I think Europe has the advantage, but in here it seems to be split pretty evenly.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that this does look a very even contest. When you look at the chances of the 2 horses at the top, Crimson Advocate and None Metz, up against the very best sprinters here that we've got in Big Evs. But I do believe that if luck plays its part, or luck doesn't play its part, I think that down to quality, I think Big Evs is good enough to
He's
win.
Playing his part on NBC, in case you're not aware. Andy Biancone is in the paddock. Who looks best?
Todd, is it just almost time for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint? A fantastic group. In terms of who looked best, the number 2, None Metz, really, really impressive, and handling the crowd really well. A lot of these 2-year-olds are starting to get stirred up, kind of acting up, because there's a lot of pressure. They can feel the energy, but None Metz has remained calm throughout this whole process, and he looks stunning. I'm also going to use our current favorite, the number 4, Big Evs. This horse is outstanding physically, built like an absolute tank, very strong shoulder, very strong hind end, and another one who's just handling himself beautifully with all the crowd and the tight space that we're working with in this paddock. I'm also going to be using the number 11 Slider for a little bit more value. I do not think he's going to beat the 2 or the 4, but I think he could be right there under Hector Barrios. This horse has been on the improve. He ran a very game race last time out in the Speakeasy. I think he can kind of sit against the speed and hopefully come with a big run in the end, Todd.
Let's stay with the horse that we're looking at, and Andy last mentioned, Slider, who won the Speakeasy going this distance over this turf course last time out. Simon, can you have a home course advantage at the Breeders' Cup? Is there such a thing with all the best horses in the world being here?
You know, from a domestic standpoint, I don't think being based at Santa Anita, I think being able and used to the 5 furlong configuration on an oval, I think that's a little bit of an advantage. I really do, because the turn comes up very sharp here. I mean, and if you're not able to navigate the turn and corner very well, you know, you get floated out wide, you can lose a lot of ground. So yes, the ability to handle it, or at least I've seen the 5 furlongs over an oval before, I think is a little bit of an advantage.
And there's a look at Slider sitting up on the board right now at 7-1. Rishi, we talk about American turf speed versus European turf speed. And there is Michael Ivorone, as he has Tiger Bell, who's making the U.S. debut. Let me set aside my question, because it is Michael Ivorone. I could just sit here and watch him wherever he goes. But what about the horse he's bringing to the United States? He, of course, had Big Brown, who won the Kentucky Derby under Rick Dutrow. But he has Tiger Bell making the U.S. debut. Does this horse fit?
She's a very good filly. She's very fast. But the only thing I'd say about Tiger Bell is that you look at the quality of her form up against something like Big Evs, and she falls a bit short. In fact, you look at Cherry Blossom's form, and it's slightly better than Tiger Bell. So I think that will be the main issue. She'll have to find a little bit of improvement on what she's shown so far. She's plenty of speed, likes to get to the front.
Our first Breeders' Cup race of 14 championship races. We have a call for riders up. It's the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Caden Bradar.
George Weaver had to hustle to give a leg up to each of his 3 riders. George, you've got Crimson Advocate, the filly, side by side with No Name Mets, both with some speed. What specific instructions did you give to either of the riders?
I mean, you're down inside there. You need to ask them to run away from there. You know, they're going to make some split-second decisions. Horses, you know, they need to ride them like they need to ride them like to win.
And the horse toward the outside amidst waves. Your confidence level at this 5 furlong distance that one can get the trip.
Yeah, she's a very good filly. She's a little more. She's proven to be a little more. She got wiggle room. She can come from off of it. She can set the pace. She can be close. So she's a nice part of our team. They're all very nice horses in their own right, and I wish them all a safe, clean trip. And whoever's best gets the job done.
Wiggle room, always a good asset to have. Best of luck.
Yep, thank you.
George Weaver, having traveled a long road with the 2-year-olds, especially this year, has been a banner season, starting very early on and continuing to today with 3 attempts in this Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
And you really have to thank Wesley Ward for establishing that beachhead overseas and showing American trainers the way to go to Royal Ascot and win, and actually win in other races throughout the season. Let's meet the field for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. We start with the first of 3 George Weaver trained horses. Here's the one, Crimson Advocate.
Crimson Advocate, good form, won the Queen Mary. She was beaten on a dirt start by Bright Work, who will be running in the Juvenile Fillies.
Another of the George Weaver runners, No Name Mets, only been defeated once, and that was on the straight course at Ascot. The other 3 wins have resulted in victories totaling over 12 lengths.
Okay, the 3 and the 4 are delayed out of the paddock, Tiger Bell and Big Evs. We'll get to them in just a moment. After the scratch of the 5, give me the beat, boys. Here's the 6, Starlust.
He's been running well in lower company or lesser company, although he did run too badly in the Middle Park Stakes last time out, showing plenty of speed.
Shards comes in for Kelsey Dana off some 5.5 furlong efforts. Will be flying from off the pace. Going to have to navigate a trip from way off the pace.
Cherry Blossom has some good form in Europe. It's over slightly further, 6 and 7 furlongs, but she has shown pace, so dropping back to 5 could be ideally what she wants.
The 9 amidst waves. Here's the 3rd George Weaver runner. Kind of a little bit different running style to his other 2 horses that like to be on or close to the lead. This one comes from far off the pace.
The next one we'll see is another European challenger from Ireland, Valiant Force, trained by Adrian Murray. Was a big price winner, 150 to 1 when winning at Royal Ascot. But the performances either side of that win suggest that there's a bit of work to do today.
The 11th Slider. This is the local horse who I think has got a big chance domestically at a price maybe here at 7 to 1. A good effort in the Speakeasy last time out, beating a horse called April Vintage. So John Sadler looking for a Breeders' Cup win here. The 12 Committee of 1, I'll take it, Rishi, because we've got a European horse at the end of the post-parade for you. Committee of 1, Christian Torres and Steve Asmussen teaming up, coming off the Indian Summer at Keeneland.
And finally, of those parading now, Azean for Donica O'Brien was due or declared to run in an earlier race, but with the scratches has got into this. He has a lot to find on his very best form in Europe.
Okay, they were a little bit delayed out of the paddock. It wasn't too long of a delay. They are here now. There's a look at the 3. Tiger Bell, whom we're talking about, 22 to 1 for Michael and Jules Ivorone, a Big Brown fame. And then there is Big Evs for Mick Appleby, up on the board right now. Our favorite at 5 to 2. Deserved favorite, Rishi?
I think so. I like the fact that normally he's away well from the gates. He's had the Bell training as best as he can back home. He's been to Southwell. He's gone round a bend a few times. And his form in the Flying Childers and away from that run in Nunthorpe, it's all strong. There's very little to not like about Big Evs other than the uncertainty of the fact that he's travelled halfway across the world, and we just don't know in a competitive environment how they do handle going up against horses around a bend with the Bell, and really speedy horses as well, the likes of Crimson Advocate and No Name Mets.
Looking at him on the track there, Rishi, I mean, he's an Irish bred through and through, the pedigree European. I mean, he looks like an American horse, like he could just slot right into the program. He is built like a sprinter. He looks very sharp, looks very fast.
Everyone associated with Big Evs this week, they've all said the same thing. They're singing from the same hymn sheet. They're saying that when this horse is relaxed, he's nice and calm, doesn't give them a hard time. But when he knows it's time for business, he switches on, becomes aggressive. And I imagine that's what will happen when they go in the gates.
Young Tom Marquand will have the assignment to ride Big Evs. We had a chance to talk to him about this horse's gate speed. and he told us he's showing blistering speed at home, and I've not sat on many that are that fast out, which goes to the question that I was asking you, which was American turf speed versus turf speed overseas. How do you define the two?
It's a question I've asked every trainer with a horse who needs to get away from the gates this week, because there is a big differential between horses that break well and show speed in Europe compared to horses that break well and show speed here. We are getting better. The gap is closing, I think.
Living the dream.
Living the Dream's a good example. I wasn't entirely certain that he'd be able to cope, but he did it at Keeneland. And I think the fact that we understand now, I mean, this has been going for 40 years.
It's true.
If we're not going to learn now, we will never learn.
But you have to admit, we didn't have this race, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. You know, tomorrow, the horse you're talking about, Living the Dream, goes in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and it is different each year. You've got a 5.5 furlong turf race at Keeneland last year. You've got 5 furlongs tomorrow this year. Looking at the 6, Starlust, who's a big price up on the board at 30-1 for trainer Ralph Beckett.
His trainer has been pretty confident about his chances. He's brought 2 horses to the Breeders' Cup, Starlust and State Occasion, and he feels they'll both outrun their odds. The 8 is Cherry Blossom, and I heard you, Simon, make it a case for this horse. What was the case?
Well, I like the form, the horses. I mean, maybe Rishi will correct me, but I like when I see Porta Fortuna, who's in the Juvenile Fillies Turf, Relief Rally, we mentioned, was second in the Queen Mary. That's good form. One thing about these European horses, you know, at the top level, they compete against each other quite a lot. So you'll see common form lines and names throughout these past performances. Cherry Blossom, to me, has been keeping very good company. Would I be wrong in saying that, Rishi, or right?
She has been keeping very good company, although in fairness, Tiger Bell beat her early on in her career. But I think Cherry Blossom got better, and I really do think dropping back in distance will play to her strengths.
We were talking about Slider. Andy Biancone pointed this horse out as one of her horses in the paddock. The field is starting to make their way onto the turf course. You need to start to make your decisions and get your plays in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Keep in mind with this wagering menu, you've got a pick 5 that starts here that is sailing past $3 million right now, but it also starts the all-turf pick 3 that will be comprised of this race, race 7, and race 9. Races 5, 7, and 9. It is the all-turf pick 3. A look overhead. It's a gorgeous day here at Santa Anita. These are the conditions you can expect tomorrow for 9 Breeders' Cup Championship races, but the first of 14 total begins right here with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Bottom line, who wins, Rishi Prasad?
Big Evs for me. I think he'll win, and I think Crimson Advocate and Cherry Blossom will fill the spots behind
Simon.
Crimson Advocate with a long shot look to the 11th Slider.
Up to the voice of Santa Anita, it is Frank Marimati with the call of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Thank you very much, Todd. We just saw Tiger Bell go into the gate. Here is the aforementioned Big Evs taking up his spot. Calm and cool. Starlust comes up. 2 more left to load. Shards. The orange colors. ASEAN will complete the lineup for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. They're in the gate. Some movement inside. Crimson Advocate, a little feisty. And they're off. Committee of 1 is very quick, so is Slider. And down at the rail, here's Crimson Advocate. Tiger Bell is up and on the pace, as is Big Evs. No Name Mets is off the pace today, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Shards. And outside of Shards now, Committee of 1, who broke well, is suddenly 7 off the pace. Starlust moving through inside amidst waves. They are followed by Valiant Force on the outside of Cherry Blossom, and ASEAN is at the back of the field around the far turn, and it's Crimson Advocate just in front, about a half length to Big Evs, pressing in second. 3 to Tiger Bell third. No Name Mets is on the inside of Slider, and they're followed by Starlust and Shards coming toward the 8-pole, and Big Evs on the outside looming menacingly. Starlust is starting to close strong ground. Crimson Advocate along the inside. Cherry Blossom has surfaced later on the far outside. Valiant Force is flying at Big Evs. Big Evs, Valiant Force. Big Evs has won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint over an oncoming Valiant Force. And then for the minor awards, Starlust was in that battle along with No Name Mets and Shards.
Ireland is on the board first. The Irish-bred Big Evs, having raced over in England, comes to the United States and takes the first Breeders' Cup Championship race of this 2023 edition. And early on, Rishi, you knew big things were going to happen because Big Evs broke with the early pace.
He broke with the early pace, and although he probably had to use a little bit of juice and petrol to hold that spot, he then settled into a great rhythm. I don't think he actually cornered perfectly, but he cornered well enough, and he was in a good position. Terrific textbook ride by Tom Marquand. Look at the effort from Valiant Force down on the outside under William Buick, who of course won the race last year with Mischievous Magic, and Starlust, a 1-2-3 for the Raiders.
Big Evs was under a hold, if that's hard to believe, going around the turn. You go 5 furlongs, 20 and change, and this horse is under a hold.
Well, we've got the jockey camera aboard, and so we can see a little bit closer what you're talking about, Simon.
Yeah, I think he cornered not too bad. He just had so much horse. He had a good hold of him, Tom Marquand, and that's very rare that you see that. This horse has got a ton of talent. He's very, very fast because Crimson Advocate is a very fast horse in her own right. And Valiant Force, 23-1 underneath.
Rishi, earlier in the week for our American audience on Breakfast at the Breeders' Cup, you interviewed young Tom Marquand. What more can you tell us about him?
He is one of the nicest guys.
I got that impression, yeah.
Genuinely.
Sure.
Apart from anything else, he's such a nice guy. He is also an amazingly talented rider. He keeps things simple. He doesn't try and overcomplicate things. Look at the ride on Big Evs today. The other thing about him, and you guys will know this more than anything else, when you're talking about top-class riders, it is the ones who make the fewest mistakes that go to the top, and that is Tom Marquand.
And he's had success in Australia. Don't they call him Aussie Tom?
Aussie Tom. During COVID times, he went out to Australia and he spent a lot of time out there. He was stuck in the rooms doing his isolation, and then he rode a lot for William Haggis, who sent horses raiding to Australia during that time. And he's gone and done the usual trip to Australia every winter since, and they love him there, but he's ours.
Remember this moment. Tom Marquand coming to the Breeders' Cup and finding Breeders' Cup glory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And our Three Chimneys cheers to the breeder, Rabba Bloodstock, bred Big Evs in Ireland, a son of Blue Point out of the Oasis Stream mare, Hannah Lena, and trained by Mick Appleby, whom you also talked to earlier in the week. You wanted to get him to say something really confident about his chances, but in trainer speak, he's like, well, you're never confident. But look, with the year that Big Evs has had, they had every right to come in here and be one of the favorites for this race.
I think what I was trying to do in the interview was get him to say what he said before the horse won at Royal Ascot, in that he is the best horse he's ever trained, the best horse he's ever seen go on his gallops. Obviously, that was shaken when the horse got beaten in the Nunthorpe, but he came back and he won the Flying Childers, and his firm was his faith was reasserted in the horse. And he has never been in any doubt that the horse is good enough to win this race. I think what shook him a little bit coming here was the fact that he had to get away from the gates, the talented speed of the Americans going round the bend. Those little things niggle at you, but in the end, the quality of this horse has prevailed. And it's a huge success for Mick Appleby, who he's always been a talented trainer, but he's got better and better every season. The quality of his team's getting better. He was a former all-weather champion trainer, but now he's showing that he could do it on the international stage. Well done to him.
Does this help the credentials to live in the dream? I know it's hard, 2-year-old going up against older horses, but still.
It is hard to be adamant that this, it's a positive. It's definitely not a negative. The other thing, of course, is that when Adam West came over, went to Keeneland, he got a bell for living the dream to train, and he lent that bell to Mick Appleby to train Big Evs.
It really is right out of the story of Seabiscuit. When you come to Santa Anita, the Seabiscuit statue is right there in the paddock. And if you ever watch the movie and watch his background story and the tremendous book written by Lauren Hillenbrand, they used the bell to practice for their match race on the East Coast against the big War Admiral. Big Evs taking a page out of the Seabiscuit playbook and getting prepared for this race and getting the win. And the other thing that should not be overlooked here, Rishi, Europe was first, second, and third.
It's our turf.
Wow. Yeah. Simon, are we going to be able to keep his ego on the set? Is there enough room?
I play both sides. I have 2 passports, so I'm Team Richie right now. When we go to the dirt race, I'm Team Todd.
And take a look at those payoffs. How about the early pick 5 today, ending to a very logical horse, and Big Evs returns $23,000. The pick 4, the early pick 4, $2,169. And look at the 10-cent superfecta. If you had confidence in the European-based horses, they had the top 3 spots, and that pays over $600. There is no doubt these are the best 2 days of betting in all of the sport of thoroughbred racing, and we're just getting started. The first championship race is complete. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint going to Big Evs. When you look towards his 3-year-old season today, later we're going to see the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We think in terms of the following year, horses on the Kentucky Derby Trail. What's for Big Evs as a 3-year-old next year?
Good question, a really good question, because the program for 5 furlong horses in Europe, particularly in Britain, it's not as
robust
as the 6 furlong and beyond. There's the
Palace House, Temple Stakes. Do they still exist?
They still exist. The Sandy Lane, probably. But I'd imagine that his first big target will be the King Stand Stakes at Royal Ascot.
Yes.
The 3-year-olds could run in that, so that's where I could see him going. Other than that, you imagine races like the Nunthorpe, etc., and perhaps if things go well, he could be back at the Breeders' Cup again next year.
They can save those thoughts for another day, because right now they get to celebrate as our first championship here at the Breeders' Cup is decided. It's Big Evs taking the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Our next race, race number 6, will bring us to the main track, and it considered to be the biggest star of the day on this Future Stars Friday. It is Tamara. She was bred to be a champion, daughter of Bolt Doro out of the Henny Hughes mare Beholder, who was so dominant in her career and had such great links to the Breeders' Cup, having been a Breeders' Cup distaff winner here as well in exciting fashion. Tamara, is she as good as everyone expects? We're about to find out as she takes the biggest test of her career. You're listening to the Breeders' Cup Players Show on Future Stars Friday at Santa Anita.
Super High 5 carries over more than $13,671. The early pick 5, $23,309 for 50 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle, making the presentation to the connections of Big Evs, winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, is Drew Fleming, President and Chief Executive Officer of Breeders' Cup Limited, and Craig Frabel, Executive Vice Chairman of First Racing and Gaming. Next, Event Jets, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, scratch number 13, Alice Beach. This time in 29 minutes.
Delighted to welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of Breeders' Cup, Drew Fleming, alongside me, and the Executive Vice Chairman of First Racing and Gaming, Mr. Craig Fravel, to present the trophy to the connections of Big Evs. First of all, the owners, Paul and Rachel Teasdale. Drew?
On behalf of the Breeders' Cup, our nominators and breeders from all over the world, what a wonderful way to start off the Breeders' Cup World Championships with such international competition. Well done. Amazing race. Congratulations on behalf of all of us.
Well done to Paul and Rachel. We didn't get a chance to hear from the winning trainer. Striking for the first time here at a Breeders' Cup, Mick Appleby. You've trained many hundred winners in your career, but just describe your feelings today here in California.
Still gobsmacked, to be honest. Still can't believe it.
You've got a huge team of staff watching on at home. What does it mean to all of them? How much work has gone into bringing this horse here?
Oh, yeah, I mean, lots of work. I mean, Fred and Tyra have come here with him. I mean, they've done a great job. Fred rides him every day at home. And yeah, done an absolute great job with him, and all the staff who worked so hard through the winter, and they deserve it.
Will he be back next year?
Never know.
Let's hope so. Let's hope we see you at Del Mar in the turf sprint. Paul, Rachel and family, congratulations. Big Evs, Brittany making a big noise in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
This is why it's called Future.
FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile, presented by the TAA. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2 decades to keep both horse and humans safer, healthier, and more productive. Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
Trade Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger. Snake Nick Spear and Asheen Murphy get through and have won. It's getting really tight. The star of the season, Roaring Lion in the purple cap. Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. The other line. Mongostine has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Paravel to win the turf sprint.
Off into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
The $2 million NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies was first contested at Santa Anita in 1986. Brave Raj won it and became the first champion for legendary trainer Mel Studi. Hall of Famer Beholder captured this race on this track in 2012, marking the first of her 3 victories in Breeders' Cup races. And it was here at Santa Anita in 2014 that long shot Take Charge Brandy gave the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, his record 6th win in this race. This is the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
No. Okay. And 3. Richard Mandela with the filly to beat. Tamara, the brilliant daughter of Bolt Doro, out of a previous Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner in Beholder. How much pressure do you feel coming into this renewal, given the love that so many have for the great Beholder, Richard?
I feel it. But everybody has to remember they're just 2-year-olds and just getting started, so things happen. But she's a very nice filly, training well. I expect her to run her best race.
What was behind the decision to go from the Del Mar debutante straight into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies instead of a race between?
The effort that she did at Del Mar, I thought, needed a little more time. I didn't want to give my best effort in the race in the middle and then come up empty here, so.
What are the expectations as she goes into the first turn, going 2 turns for the first time?
I think she'll be in the first couple horses, just a matter of where Mike feels best.
Good luck, Richard.
Okay, thank you.
Here with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, saddling Just FYI. We caught up with you at the draw. You expressed a little bit of concern about the draw, but at this point in the game, there's nothing you can do about it. What kind of a trip are you hoping for her to get from out there?
Well, you just hope you don't get hung up 5 or 6 wide. You know, you hope as they're going to the turn, the field spreads out enough where you can get over a little bit. Wouldn't expect to get to the rail, but, you know, if you can, you know, get a little less than where we started.
You and Junior have done a lot of great work together. What's the communication like at this point? He obviously knows her, but do you have anything to say to him before the race, or is it just in his hands?
Not too much. I mean, I think you got to let her run out of there. There's plenty of speed in here. The way it looks like there's a bunch of fillies that have shown speed even sprinting. So, you know, and I'm sure the inside horses will go, and hopefully we can just, you know, it'd be nice to be at least mid-pack, but, you know, things tend to change when the gate opens. So, you know, it's really up to him, you know, where he's going to be.
Best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we've been saying the name Shatless all week, but I'm joined by Tim Cohen right now, who's the co-owner of number 6, and he told me you're saying it wrong. How do you say her name?
It is Shatalis. So it was named after Dan Agnew's good friend, Bill Shatalis, who's a part owner and here today, and yeah, so there you go.
A lot of people ignoring this filly. Coming out of the Chandelier, she was victorious going the distance, which is something that we haven't seen from a lot of these other horses. What are your thoughts right now?
We're pretty excited. We knew she was a 2-turn filly, so the 7 furlong grade 1 was not really distance-wise up her alley, but 2 turns, she's got a great stride, and looking forward to seeing what we get.
Local winner, are we expecting to be forwardly placed here?
I would think so. She should be laying 3rd or 4th. Speed's really holding, so I wouldn't want to be too far back.
When you're running in a race where you have a 2-5, 3-5 favorite like we do here in Tamara, does that change anything that you're thinking going into the race?
It actually takes a little pressure off you. Luckily, the horses don't read the odds, but actually it does take a little bit of the edge off.
What has Mark told you about her conditioning coming into here?
She's doing fantastic. She's moved forward from the last race, that's for certain. Whether she's good enough, we'll find out, but we expect a good effort from her.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Tim Cohen representing Rancho Temescal, and they've got Shatalis.
You're watching the Breeders' Cup Players Show, and on our set just off the paddock here, I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be joined by Christina Blacker and Kaiten Bradar. We've been talking about Future Stars Friday. You expect to maybe see a star, but there's none brighter. There's no one on this card with bigger expectations than the horse we're looking at here, Tamara.
She is the story of the day, isn't she? She's 3-5 right now in the wagering. She's 2 for 2 so far, and Kaiten, she's been incredibly impressive in both of those races. She's out of Beholder, a 3-time Breeders' Cup winner herself. This is what it's all about at the Breeders' Cup.
Now, in this race, in the Del Mar debutante, she sat just off the early pace and then took control at a pretty early juncture, just going about her business. Dick Mandela has mentioned about her maturity level, and I actually think she is a little ahead of her better known mother at this stage of the game as far as that mental aspect is concerned, because she acts like an old, mature horse.
When you look at Breeders' Cup history, it is hard to stand out sometimes because of the great horses that come here. Beholder managed to stand out when you look at her resume overall. 18 lifetime wins from 26 starts, including a tour de force against the boys in the FanDuel Pacific Classic, where she beat California Chrome. But her connection to the Breeders' Cup is exceptional, Christina. After all, this is where we first realized her greatness, when she took the 2012 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with the late Garrett Gomez aboard.
That's right. And remember, there was a point in time when we didn't know if Beholder was ever going to be able to complete any race at 2 turns. You know, in speaking to what Kaiten was mentioning about her immaturity, she always had the physical prowess, but it was getting her to settle, getting her mind right, and getting her to the point that she could harness that ability to win around 2 turns. In addition to those Breeders' Cup wins, I would say that win in the 2016 Distaff against Songbird was just one of the most thrilling races in Breeders' Cup history.
It is so rare to have a horse show that kind of precocity, to be able to win the Breeders' Cup as a juvenile and then be able to come back as an older horse over and over again and maintain that level of excellence. That said, she's deserving at 3 to 5 favorite. A lot of us are going to be trying to beat her as far as wagering is concerned.
You're looking at the daughter of Beholder, waiting for her championship moment. It's almost at hand. That's Tamara. Let's check it with Scott Hazelton.
Here with Luis Saez, he's riding Candied for the 3rd time in her career. You handled her brilliantly in her first 2 starts, including the Grade 1. She likes to lay on that left lead. What do you have to do to prepare yourself if she does that again here today at the top of the stretch?
Yeah, I'm going to try to make a switch lead. We expect a lot of pace in this race, and we hope a good break and get good position, and we can to the top of the straight, having a clear path, and go from there.
What's the plan going into the first turn, coming from off the pace? Where do you need to be? When do you try to get out of where you might be in?
I want to try to follow the right horse, the right filly. That's the key.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mike.
Here with Mike Smith, I'm going to say this so all your colleagues can hear. The winningest rider in the history of the Breeders' Cup, as he's about to get aboard. Tamara, you're not prone to hyperbole, but you had some very high praise for this filly. How much are you anticipating this trip today?
A whole lot. I mean, she's just done things that are just way, way above average, Mike. And all that she does, she's just so professional and very mature for her age. You know, you hope for a good break. I think that if she jumps well, she's naturally quick. It should put her forward, if not on the lead. And we'll see what happens. She's never been around 2 turns, so we still have to do that. But if she runs like I think she can, she's pretty impressive.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I love the dichotomy of horse and rider here. You have Tamara at the beginning of what we're anticipating could be a phenomenal career. And then you have Mike Smith at the age of 58, who already has this resume, Hall of Fame, the rest of it. And now they get to come together and create more memories.
It's fillies like this and colts like this that keep him coming back. It's horses like this that make you say, I can't walk away. This is such a special horse, and I have to be a part of this journey.
And how he's expressed his admiration for this filly gives you confidence in a situation like this. But from a wagering perspective, there are some big questions. He mentioned the 2 turns. And to take a short price on a horse who has yet to prove whether or not they can handle the 2 turns leads me to the next logical horse, and that is the one Candied as a key in wagering on the double that combines this race, the 2-year-old filly stars, with the Distaff tomorrow, the older filly and mare stars. And I don't have a strong opinion in the older filly and mare division. Breeders' Cup Distaff is wide open, so for that reason I'm using 5 horses, the 5 top contenders in my mind, that include Idiomatic, Adair Manor, Search Results, Randomized, and Clariere. But I'm going to go all in with Candied, and the hope is that if the 3 to 5 shot is defeated, the payoffs will be better. 4 to 1 right now is a nice price on Candied, who is also undefeated and who is proven at that 1.16 distance, though I'm not in love with that inside post position. I know her trainer wasn't as well. She did win from an inside post position at Keeneland.
It is a very clever tie-in, taking the youngsters who could be in the Distaff next year and tying a daily double from today into tomorrow to the top older horses in the distaff division. Again, that is part of the wagering menu here in race number 6. The entire wagering menu: win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, and then the high 5 offered as well. Horizontally speaking, a regular daily double, a pick 3, and a pick 4, where we're about to go past $750,000, and then that special double that we were talking about that Kaiten just gave out a play for. You brought up, when talking about Tamara, you can't help but talk about her mom, Beholder, that she was difficult. Dick Mandela did an amazing training job just because he had to deal with the mental aspect, a lot of great ability physically, but Tamara is not like that. We've been watching her in the mornings, and Kaiten, you've been impressed by her mental acuity as much as her physical gifts.
She's very calm. When she goes about her business, she's not flashy. She doesn't use any unnecessary motion or energy, and that's what makes it hard to get a line on her, because she doesn't necessarily stand out in terms of the day-to-day training, but what she's done on the racetrack thus far in the afternoon certainly stands out.
In the middle of a crowded paddock here at Santa Anita, everyone wants to get a look at Tamara. Getting a look at the entire field, Andy Bianco.
A very crowded paddock, to say the very least. One of my top selections in this race, getting zero attention on the tote board, the number 2, Jody's Pride. Undefeated thus far. Flavienne Pratt has been a boarder since the very beginning, stretching out to the 1:16 distance, which I think she will handle just fine. She's by American Pharoah, out of a Scat Daddy mare, and she was stand out in the paddock. I will also be using our current favorite, daughter of Beholder, the number 7, Tamara. She looks fantastic out here. Honestly, in the mornings, hasn't really impressed me that much, but seeing her under saddle here, how confidently she's handling the crowd, she really was stand out, carrying herself like an absolute queen, and should definitely be respected. I'm also going to be using the number 12, Just FYI, for Bill Mott. This filly is outstanding. Another filly who's towering over the paddock and has been training exceptionally every day here at Santa Anita. She's been on the bridle every day, pulling her exercise rider around, and like I said, handling this crowd like a professional.
Andy Biancone with the very latest from inside the paddock here for our second Breeders' Cup Championship race. It is the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and the call for riders up is happening right now. Tamara 3-5 as this field is about to exit the paddock. Okay, we've covered Tamara quite a bit. What about the horse that Andy brought up first, the 2, Jody's Pride? Loved the way this horse looked. 22-1 on the board.
Yeah, she's actually my top pick in this race. I mean, my heart is picking Tamara. I want to see Tamara win today, like any racing fan, and I'm, more of a fan than anything, as we all are out here on days like today. But Jody's Pride in her first 2 starts, to me, looks exceptionally talented as well. I know that she doesn't have Beholder as her dam, but she also has a Triple Crown winning sire in American Pharoah, and she's out of a Scat Daddy mare. I think she has the pedigree to be any kind herself. And if you look at those 2 races, now they intended for the turf. She was entered on the grass in both races. Both of them were washed off. She won both of them pretty convincingly. But she's one of those horses that was always in control, attacks the ground with every stride, wins like she has so much left in reserve. Tamara is the same, but I think these 2 fillies have a lot in common. They're both trying the 2 turns for the first time. They both have 2 exceptional races under their belt. And for me, I mean, this is the Players Show. I want 21-1 rather than 3-5.
I understand. It's just business, nothing personal. Longines has been a longtime supporter of the Breeders' Cup, the official timepiece of the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships. And as they leave this paddock, they leave with this Longines timepiece looking out over the field as they come out onto the track. And our appreciation to Longines. In fact, they are tied in to so many big races at the Breeders' Cup. The Longines Breeders' Cup distaff tomorrow, the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, the highlight to this 2 days of racing at the Breeders' Cup. Field making their way out through the tunnel here and in front of the grandstand for the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies to go 1 1/16 for 2-year-old fillies. And Tamara, expected to be a heavy favorite, was the shortest price in the morning line amongst the Breeders' Cup races at 4-5 and has been knocked down to 3-5 right now. The solid second choice is the one, Candide, who will start off our post parade.
She was very impressive at Keeneland in the Alcibiades to win from off the pace, going wide like that, short stretch of the mile and a 16th. An exceptional effort for the daughter of Candy Wright. She's 2 for 2.
She's one of 3 horses for Todd Pletcher, and Pletcher has never won this Breeders' Cup race. The 2 Jody's Pride at now 18-1, undefeated in 2 starts, is a daughter of American Pharaoh. Moving from those sprints, she's certainly suited for the distance. It's interesting, though, she was cross-entered for the turf, which I think was her first preference.
Scalable up next at 30-1, another from Todd Pletcher's barn, a daughter of Speightstown. She actually shipped here to Southern California for the Chandelier. She ended up second behind Chitalis.
The 4 Where's My Ring, another long shot at 50-1, is moving turf to dirt, exiting the Surfer Girl. She has yet to cross the finish line in front, but she's shown progress with each start.
A big 80-1 on the 5 horse here, Omaha Girl for Ammo Racing. They will be represented by King of Steel tomorrow. This is a daughter of Omaha Beach. She is 2 for 2 on dirt. She did try the turf in her second start. The Colleen ended up 5th that day.
The 6, Chitalis at 22-1, is likely to be part of the early pace, coming off that victory in the Chandelier, in which she put away the field early and went on from there at the mile and a 16th distance.
Here's our heavy favorite up next at 3-5. Tamara getting a little love from Mike Smith. She is named for Tammy Gustafson, the daughter of the late B. Wayne Hughes.
Very calm in the post parade. The favorite is the 8, Esprit Enchant for Peter Miller's trying a distance of ground for the first time. She's a daughter of Tappet out of a Ghost Zapper mare and broke her maiden in her second try on a good track at 6.5 furlongs.
Bright Work up next, the 9 at a big 22-1. This is a very classy daughter of Outwork. She was 4 for 4 to begin her career. Her 2-turn test was the Alcibiades. She ended up 5th that day. She tries the route once more for John Ortiz, who has his first Breeders' Cup starter.
The 10, Accommodate Eva, trained by Dallas Stewart, who is known for some surprise long shot success in the Breeders' Cup, is coming off a maiden breaking win at Keeneland in restricted competition. It's a big step up, but the daughter of Munnings does have good early speed.
19-1 on the 11, Life Talk for Todd Pletcher. This will be his 3rd entrant in the race. He is yet to win the juvenile fillies on the main track. This daughter of Gunrunner was a winner 2 starts back at Saratoga to break her maiden, and then 3rd behind Just FYI, last out in the Frizette.
And on the outside, the 12, Just FYI, has a difficult post position to overcome, but the daughter of Triple Crown winner Justify has improved with each of her 2 starts. Most recent of these was on a sloppy racetrack in the Grade 1 Frizette, which she won quite easily. Before that, breaking her maiden sprinting at Saratoga.
Scratch the 13, Alice Beach, and that is your field of 12 who will contest the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And we see someone kind of running out to the 1, Candied here, and some quick thinking got Candied back to the outrider. But let's stay with Candied for just a moment, even though we have this minor incident in the warm-up. We wanted to talk about Candied when it comes to DRF Formulator and this fact, and that is trainer Todd Pletcher is 5 for his last 12 with a $3.49 return on investment, with juvenile last out winners returning in Grade 1 dirt races. And then Caton Bradar responds by saying, Todd Pletcher's never won this race.
Well, he's won 14 other Breeders' Cup races. So.
Right, I look at that stat, and you go, but he's never won this race, this Grade 1, so maybe you got to adjust what you put. You get into the DR Formulator what you put in, but Candied, we heard Luis Saez say something to Mike Joyce while they were waiting to walk out in the paddock. He was talking about the fact she didn't switch her leads when she won the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. She was literally running sideways. She didn't even know what she was doing and still won a Grade 1.
Well, and that shows and speaks to her ability. But Kate and I talk about this a lot with any horse, and especially with young horses. Anytime you are trying to correct them, you're not going as fast as you can. And she was able to get away with it in the Alcibiades, and that was a Grade 1 field. But here we are, one step further into the deep end. You have to do everything right in this scenario.
You have to hope that she does take a step forward on the learning curve, as well as in terms of the actual running. I do like the fact that she was able to win despite the greenness, and I feel this is where Todd Pletcher is generally in his element in terms of getting horses primed for these bigger engagements, showing progress with these younger horses. I do like her. I wish she had gone about her business a little bit more professionally in that early part, but I do think it's a sign of some freshness and also the excitement that these 2-year-olds are having to contend with too, with the stakes being this high, a different crowd and a different set of circumstances.
As we look at Tamara, she's been very tractable in her sprint races. What does that mean going long today? Does it put her on the lead, or can she also set up in a stalking position going long?
I think she can stalk. I think she's been so kind in the mornings, and even going back to prior to her debut, I spoke to Mike Smith, and he had said, in the mornings we've put her behind horses. In the mornings we've gone inside of horses in our workouts. They've already practiced this routine with her, going back to Del Mar before her very first career start. That's part of what you get with a horse that has this kind of mind and this kind of ability and this many gears. I do think Jody's Pride will show speed. I think that Bright Work will show speed. I think there's a few others in here that are a little more committed to the lead than Tamara is.
I agree. I even think there are some of these coming out of sprint races that have not necessarily been on the lead that are probably going to find themselves in the mix early. A horse like the 8, Esprit Enchant, has some early speed, and with the stretching out in terms of the distance, it's going to just naturally be a little bit less intense than it has been in the sprints, which is going to put those horses close to the lead. The 10, Accommodate Eva, is another horse who is probably going to have to try to show some speed so that she can get position in this field from an outside post position.
When you get to the fall season for 2-year-old fillies in New York, the defining race is the Frisette. Just FYI, won the Frisette rather impressively. It was a market improvement off her debut, which was a win anyway. Does Just FYI have another move forward, and will it be good enough to run with the likes of Candide and Tamara?
I think so. I think she has another move forward. I think, Hayden, when you have a Hall of Fame horseman like Bill Mott, who once he establishes a horse's talent, they stay at that level or they get better. And for her to win first time out from his barn already speaks volumes.
I agree. I think that she has naturally shown that talent right off the bat and then came back in the Frisette. That's an unusual move for the Hall of Famer to go right from a first time out maiden winner to graded stakes. But I also think that you have to remember it was a sloppy racetrack that she seemed to relish where others didn't. So she does have to prove that she can run as well as she did last time on the fast track today, which is very different. But I love the way this filly's coming into the race. She has looked tremendous in terms of her preparation and her morning work, and it would be a mistake to discount her in this field. 6-1 seems like an awfully good price.
I think the post position hurts her a little bit, and I think some of the others from the outside as well. You know, she probably has the speed to be fairly close. The 10 horse Accommodate Eva, similar scenario. She's stretching out. She probably has the speed to be fairly close, but I don't know that that's going to happen for her. And if you look back at the history of this race when it's run here at Santa Anita, all of the Santa Anita Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winners were within 1 length of the lead at the top of the stretch. Whether they were on the lead or just off of it, they were all in striking range here over this track. So to me, post position really plays into the outcome here this afternoon.
The field is nearly at the starting gate for one of the most anticipated races on Future Stars Friday. It's the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Remaining our favorite at 3-5, it is the 7, Tamara. All right, as they're about to load, who wins the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies? Kate and Bradar.
Well, I'm in with Candide, but my heart will be with Tamara.
Same, my heart's with Tamara, but my money is behind Jody's Pride, the 2.
She was bred for this moment, and the moment is at hand. Tamara is at the Breeders' Cup. Her mother, Beholder, knows what it's like to win on days like today. She did it 3 times. She did it as a 2-year-old filly, taking the 2012 NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and then she won the Breeders' Cup Distaff, not once, but twice. Can her daughter follow in mom's footsteps? We're about to find out. Tamara, the horse to beat, and the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Here's Frank Miramati.
Okay, Todd, odds on 3-5 for Tamara. Where's my ring taking up her spot? Here is Tamara walking up with Omaha Girl. Omaha Girl goes in first. Tamara and Just FYI to the outside. One more. They're in the gate. off in the Net Jets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Tamara breaks out very quickly and goes straight to the front. Brightwork has speed, as does Just FYI. Life Talk is up and on the pace, and Jody's Pride in the white comes through along the inside to be a joint third now, hugging the rail as they move around the clubhouse turn. So it is Tamara, the uncontested leader, over Just FYI in second. Jody's Pride is now third. Brightwork 4 off the pace in fourth. They are followed by Life Talk, who's 3 deep, racing on the outside of Where's My Ring. In between them, Esprit Enchanté, followed by Accommodate Eva. Chatalis was squeezed at the start and has a lot of work to do at this stage, steadying once again. Passed now by Candide, who's moving up in between horses. They're followed by Omaha Girl, and Scalable is at the back of the field. With less than a half mile to go, it's Mike Smith and Tamara leading the way by 3/4 of a length. Just FYI stalking second. Brightwork is in third. Then Jody's Pride fourth, followed by Life Talk, who continues a 3-wide journey, 3.5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Where's My Ring. Candide is asked for a bit more on the outside of Esprit Enchanté. And then from the back of the field, now closing some ground, is Scalable. Just FYI, looming large with 1/4 of a mile to go, has run by Tamara. Tamara trying to dig deep, but it's Just FYI the one to beat with a furlong left to go. In the center of the track, Candide is gathering serious momentum, and Jody's Pride is next. Just FYI, 2-length lead. Jody's Pride running a valiant one, and on the outside, Candide. Just FYI by a length close to home. Just FYI and Junior Alvarado, undefeated champions as they win the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Jody's Pride just missed, and Candide finished up in third, and in behind them, it was a battle between Life Talk and Scalable.
Just FYI, this daughter of Justify is very, very good. A homebred for George Krikorian, who breeds so many great horses and has so many great chances here at this year's Breeders' Cup. And she takes on Tamara and puts her away at the top of the stretch. Then she has to hold off Jody's Pride at 17-1.
Beautiful ride from Junior Alvarado, and from the get-go, Caton, he was very aggressive with this filly, as was Mike Smith with Tamara. He wanted the lead, but Junior did not want to give up any ground going into that first turn.
He was the only one in that first fleet of horses through that solid pace that's around at the finish. You can see that Candide came from way back to be involved late, and then just kind of evening off just a little bit. Jody's Pride having to work her way through the traffic, still had dead aim, and comes up just a little shy at huge odds of 17-1. A big performance there, but perhaps just a little too fast early for the heavy favorite.
Posted on the board, Just FYI, finishing the 1 1/16 and 1:44.2 over the 2 Jody's Pride. A nice selection, Christina Blacker, at 17-1. Candide, Caton selection, finishes third here at 5-2. The 11 Life Talk is fourth at 21-1. Scalable finishes fifth at 30-1. Tamara way out of it. We talk often about not playing an odds-on favorite, trying something for the first time. That was a fast pace. Where do they go from here with Tamara?
Well, it was her first attempt around 2 turns. You know, she's undefeated, and with that kind of a pedigree, the expectations are very, very high. But we heard from Richard Mandela earlier today just saying, look, she's, developing. We have time. We're looking forward to what's in the future. And just because she doesn't win at 2 turns today doesn't mean that that is not in her future, that she answered the task and tried very valiantly on the front end this afternoon. But there were some other horses like Just FYI who already had the benefit, maybe a little bit more under their belt with the mile effort for Just FYI last time out. And as a daughter of Justify, I think we really have to talk about the pedigree here and his 2-year-olds and what we're seeing, not just today, not just represented on this program, internationally, all over the world. City of Troy, who we don't get to see here later this afternoon, but one of the best 2-year-old sons of Justify that we have.
I think also the relationship between Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott and how it's going to play out, not just here, but going forward through this Breeders' Cup. We saw it on display in last year's Breeders' Cup with the moment with Cody's Wish. And a big Breeders' Cup for Bill Mott last year could become even bigger this year with the horses that he has running over the next couple of days. All of them training similarly to Just FYI in terms of to the minute, and coming up with performances like this. She likely solidified her position as the champion 2-year-old filly.
And our Three Chimneys cheers to the breeder is to George Krikorian out here on the West Coast. Most of the populace knows him for his theater chain, Krikorian Theaters, but his big passion is thoroughbred racing, and he loves nothing more than have a homebred make it to this big stage. And now, just FYI, is 3 for 3, the daughter of Justify out of the Street Cry Mare Star Act, bred by George Krikorian in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, as mentioned, trained by Bill Mott and ridden to victory by Junior Alvarado. And a name that keeps coming up, and we heard this from Aidan O'Brien earlier in the week, is the sire Justify. He's got horses that are winning major races on the grass overseas, and now he's got a champion 2-year-old filly here on the dirt, and just FYI.
He might not be done today either. Buku in the next race, hard to justify in the next race. I mean, it could keep going. Just FYI, big congratulations to the connections here to George Krikorian with the homebred, and to the Hall of Famer Bill Mott for this win. $16 back if you supported Just FYI.
Up next, race number 7. The 7th race today is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, and there doesn't look to be an odds-on favorite in here. In fact, it's such a great betting race. Your favorite right now is 4-1, and that is a slight choice. The 6, Porta Fortuna, and also at 4-1 is the 11, She Feels Pretty. You're watching the Breeders' Cup Players Show. Coming up next, it's the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf on this remarkable Friday at the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita. It's Future Stars Friday.
Entering the winner's circle is the undefeated Just FYI, a 2-year-old bay filly by Justify out of Star Act, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, ridden to victory by Junior Alvarado. Just FYI was bred in Kentucky by her owner, George Krikorian.
Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Gold Rush made with Maker's Mark bourbon and a local California honey. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. Qatar Racing are proud to be the official title partner of the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint for the 3rd year running, reinforcing their commitment to promote the best racing in the world to new and growing audiences.
Primary challenge for just FYI, working out a trip from the far outside.
Where we find Nick.
With winning owner George Krikorian alongside Megan and Susie here in the winner's circle. Delighted to welcome Anthony Beck, Vice Chair of Breeders' Cup, to make the presentation for the victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies of Just FYI.
Congratulations on behalf of Nutshats. Congratulations to Mr. Krikorian, to Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. Unbelievable filly. Incredibly good field. You've got a real champion. Congratulations.
George, you came to this meet with two wonderful horses, this filly Just FYI and Warlike Goddess tomorrow. How did you feel coming into today?
Well, I felt confident in the horse because she's been training so well, but you never know what's going to happen during the race, so you're always apprehensive. But she showed her stuff today for sure.
1984, you opened your first Krikorian mega movie theatre. It was the same year that we premiered the Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships. If I told you then we'd be doing this now and getting this happy ending, what would you have said?
You know, I was there in 1984 when Wild Again won. Actually, I had a bet on her. And I would never have thought then that I'd be here today.
And might we be standing here together again tomorrow with Warlike Goddess, or dare you dream?
That's what we're hoping for.
Two very, very special fillies. Good luck tomorrow, George, and many congratulations to the whole team. Just FYI, she's very, very good.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in this last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Welcome back to the Sportsbook Draft, where FanDuel's pick is in.
With the first pick in the 2023 Sportsbook Draft, FanDuel selects horse racing.
Brilliant pick, as FanDuel becomes the first and only sportsbook app where you can bet on horse racing.
Just a savvy move by a savvy franchise. New customers get a no-sweat bet on the Breeders' Cup up to $200.
It's like they know each other.
What do you think Rob's saying to him right now?
Probably something about oats.
Meditate won decisively in last year's renewal of the $1 million Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf with a breathtaking stretch rally. It ended an 8-year run of wins by American-based runners. Lady Eli was equally impressive here at Santa Anita in 2014 as she gave trainer Chad Brown one of his record-setting 5 victories in this race. Brown got his first win here too when Muram rallied to take the initial running back in 2008. This is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Welcome back to the Players Show. Christina Blacker, joined by Rishi Prasad and Simon Bray. And you saw a quick little recap there of some of the recent winners. We already have the Euros on the board in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. But as far as this race in particular, when it's run here at Santa Anita, we've had 2 Euro winners and some locally based runners be a bit more successful. We'll see what happens today.
I think we're about to take over the turf. So we've got one in the bag. I think we're going to take the other 2 as well, Christina.
Simon, I'll ask you an early question on this. Who's the best American chance in this race?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, Flattery is interesting for Peter Urton, Gala Brand for Bill Mott. I see Bill Mott, obviously, just won that race. I think he could have a big weekend. His horses have looked tremendous all week long. Cody's Wish, Gala Brand. I mean, each and every one of them elite power. So Gala Brand, I think, has got a great shot in here.
We've heard a lot about She Feels Pretty as well, the 11, another American-based runner, this time for Cherie DeVoe. We do have a Race Lens angle to share with you. She teams up with jockey John Velasquez in this one, and Cherie and John Velasquez winning at 45% together since the beginning of this year, 5 for 11, 73% in the money as well. Now, obviously, the waters get deeper. We are stepping in to the Breeders' Cup, and we're talking about an undefeated daughter of your 2014 Breeders' Cup mile winner, Cara Conti. That's the 11. She Feels Pretty. She's currently up the board at 7-2 as just slightly your second choice in the wagering. Let's head in to the FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles with Dubs Anderson.
What is going on, guys? Can I claim that us, the internationals, have already had success on the turf course? And we're looking the same again here for race number 7. We're in front of the FanDuel Sportsbook, 9 minutes until kickoff for this race. We do have that WinBet insurance, so a good one to jump in and have a little play. For me, going down for a bit of a price here, it's Carla's Way, the number 9. Now, Simon Crisford, Ed Crisford, what a season they are putting together. Just as the 4 starts, looks to be a very progressive type. And what we saw last out at Newmarket, devastating closing kick up the hill. I know we get the stretch out here today, but I think we could absolutely blitz them as we turn for home with a bit of a price, 6-1, 7-1. We're seeing that number fluctuate in the market, but certainly going to have my attention. And yes, I think the internationals can make it 2 for 2 out there on the turf courses amongst the championship races. So give me Carla's Way to run away from the number 9 in race number 7. Let's get back out to the guys at the desk.
Dubs, thank you very much. And Rishi, I'll let you pick up on that point. Carla's Way, very impressive in the Rockfell, and to his point, they're uphill in the final stages.
She was very strong in a strongly run race at the end of the race. Her and the pacemaker in the race, they managed to get away from the bulk of the field. And I thought they were going too fast at one point. But in fairness to Carla's Way, she actually finished her race out quite strongly. James Doyle knows her very well. She's always been highly rated.
She's got a lot of quality, and in the past few years, her achievements to date would make her go very close in this sort of race. So hopefully we can get a good trip, Jess, and see how we go.
All the best. Good luck, Oisin. Back to you, Christina.
Oisin Murphy picking up his first Breeders' Cup win just a few years ago in 2021 on Marche Lorraine in the distaff. He will pilot Porta Fortuna. She is right now your lukewarm choice at 7-2. Into the paddock with Andy Biancone.
Christina, I'm going to do something in this race that I've never done before, and that is go with all the European horses, starting with the number 6, Porta Fortuna. This filly looks fantastic. She's not a huge filly, but has a great walk, great extension in the front end, handling this crowd fantastically, really stand out. Just a scopy filly with a lot of presence. Like I said, not the biggest filly in the group, but walks like a big filly, which is always something that's very important. I also like the number 9, Carla's Way. Obviously, I think she can handle this mile distance. She was forward in all her races overseas, so hopefully she can establish a good position early. But just another filly who has good size in here, walking around very comfortably, just handling herself extremely confidently, which is extremely important for these 2-year-old races because we've had a couple of horses get frazzled in here. As you can see, she's just calm, cool, and collected, handling herself beautifully, and another filly with a great walk. I'm also going to go for a bit of a price in here with the number 14, Les Pavots. 6 lifetime starts, has never been off the board, so has either been first, second, or third in all 6 of her career starts, and she just looks beautiful. She's a well-balanced filly, has a lot more substance than some of the other fillies in this group, and just a beautiful walk, as you can see. Handling herself well. I'm a little bit concerned with the outside post, but hopefully they can work out a trip. Jess.
Yeah, and look, it wouldn't be the Breeders' Cup without the breeders, and I found Brendan Holland, who's the co-breeder of the 9 Carla's Way. What a special and proud moment this must be for you to be here at the Breeders' Cup with one that you bred at home.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It really is. I mean, we've been here all week and the build-up has been sensational. And do you part of it? It's hard to imagine how exciting it is until you come here, but we've had the most fantastic week.
And tell me about her as a young horse, Carla's Way, what she was like, what she's like to bring along, and what she achieved as a breeze-up horse, because she was expensive when she breezed.
Yeah, I mean, she had a fantastic breeze. She missed her yearling slot. I bred her, and she got sick, but it was turned out a bit fortunate because she did such a good breeze. I got very well paid for her, but she's a really, really good type by the sire. And he's a top-class Star Spangled Banner, but, it's unbelievable to be here. Really is unbelievable.
And what do you think in terms of her being able to handle the track, handle the trip? What are your confidence behind, especially her mind that Ed Crisford says that is her real key?
Yeah, I've noticed her all week training. She's been very chilled out training, very relaxed. She went very well in the grass yesterday morning, handled the turns beautifully. She's got great balance, and she liked the fast ground. Whether she's good enough, let's hope she's good enough, and let's hope she gets a bit of luck and running, but she will handle the track and she will handle the ground.
Well, Brendan, a special moment for you as a breeder. Good luck. Back to you, Christina.
Jess, thank you. 7-1 now on Carla's Way, the number 9 horse in this group, the daughter of Star Spangled Banner with James Doyle in the saddle. Pick 4 pool is climbing. Get involved if you'd like. Here's a look at my ticket. I will start this one here. 1, 2, and 7. I think this is 1, 2, 7. I believe we might have this crossed with some of the other numbers from another sequence. So let's just carry on talking about these horses right now. I think this might be a little bit later on in the afternoon if we can. But sticking with the runners as they make their way out on to the track. Cherie DeVoe, the trainer of the 11, she feels pretty. Scott is with her now.
That's right. And the last time we spoke, Cherie was at Keeneland. She was working. You were glowing about her work. How did she come out of that work this past weekend in Lexington, Kentucky at Keeneland?
She came out at work really well, shipped in well, which is always important. So she's had a good week, and we'll hopefully see that out here.
How does Johnny have to navigate this outside draw?
She's going to have to try to save ground on that first turn. He's got the whole length of the back stretch to try to get some position. And she seems pretty forward to ride in that regard. So, he's really just try to tuck her in that first turn and not get caught too wide.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Scott, thank you very much. It's been a breakout year for Cherie DeVoe, and I have to say she does sound a little nervous. This is a big day having these first Breeders' Cup starters. And Simon, this was really the race that put Chad Brown, who she spent a lot of years as assistant to, on the map. With Maram in just his first year of training, it would be a big moment for her to win in her first attempt with some Breeders' Cup starters.
Chad Brown had about 12 horses in training back in 2008. Mitara was one of them, won the first edition of this race. He's won 4 more since then. Sherry DeVoe, former assistant to him.
Here's our post-parade, Simon. We begin with Buttercream Babe.
A couple of big long shots to the inside. Buttercream Babe finishing second here behind Dreamfire. And the 2, Flattery, was third in the aforementioned Dreamfire race. They're very close on form. They're both close in prices. The 3, Buku for Phil Bauer. This horse has got a great chance in here at 8-1. We'll love this trip, I think, and coming from off the pace.
The 4 horses, Lald, who used to be trained in France by Yann Barbaro, now with Philippe D'Amato. She has some good form, but she's on her very best form. Got something to find with her former compatriot, Les Pavots, who you would think looks a better chance. 5 is Content for Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore. Her best form leaves her with something to find against the best of the Europeans. She has got an outstanding pedigree, though, and will probably stay. Guaranteed to stay the mile distance. 6 is Porta Fortuna. She has almost the identical build-up to this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf that last year's winner Meditate had. They both ran in almost the same races. She's got a good chance. Whether she'll stay, I'm not sure.
Dan won some races between a mile and a quarter, mile and a half. I think she's going to be fine on the pedigree end. The 7 Gala Brand for Bill Mott. He's looking for back-to-back wins on the card with a legitimate chance here at 14-1. 8 is Life's an Audible for trainer Todd Pletcher. This horse was very good last time out in the Miss Grillo behind Hard to Justify.
9 is Carla's Way, who has outstanding credentials for this race. And looking at the Europeans training here earlier this week, she was one who had really settled in and enjoying her way of life at Santa Anita.
10 is Austere, undefeated in 2 starts. You should never knock a horse who's undefeated. She's faced some pretty good company as well. Got play in both those efforts. The 11, She Feels Pretty, visually very impressive. This could be the breakout performance for Sherry DeVoe here. It was her first Grade 1 winner, looking for her first Breeders' Cup win. 12 Hard to Justify for Chad Brown, looking to win this race for a record 6th time. She had all kinds of trouble in her debut and still won. Came back with a much cleaner trip last time out. Look for her to improve again, second off the layoff. And the 13 Dreamfire at 35-1. We know what she's going to do. She likes to get out to the front. She likes to keep running. That's exactly what she's going to do here at a big number.
And completing the lineup is Les Pavots for France. She has won 2 of her last 3 starts, and last time out she bumped into a potential superstar and opera singer. She was back in 3rd that day. The form is pretty strong, but she does have stall 14, gate position 14 to overcome. Mikel Barcelona, though, is a very, very good rider.
That's your field, that's your post parade for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, as we continue to keep an eye on the wagering here with 14 interests and a 7-2 favorite right to the middle of the field. Porta Fortuna still holding at 7-2. Let's head back to Andy.
Trainer Chad Brown sends out the number 12, Hard to Justify, undefeated filly. Chad, she was forwardly placed with some slow fractions last time. Where would you like to see her position-wise today?
Yeah, with this wide draw, Flavian and I just spoke about it. Hopefully she breaks good again and gets a good forward spot. We're going to have to kind of knife in there the first turn and not lose too much ground. So a lot's going to depend on what everyone does inside of us, where we end up ultimately landing.
Does she have a good turn of foot, or is she more of a grinding type?
She's right in the middle. She's not one pace by any means. She doesn't have an electric move, so I'd like her a little bit more forward. If I had to compare to one of my previous winners, a horse like New Money Honey that made us this kind of a sustained run to get there a few years back, I'm hoping she gets a similar trip to her.
She looked fantastic. Best of luck to you and the team.
Thanks for having me.
Back to you guys.
I've got half of X-Line Border right now. I'm joined by Justin Border, and you guys have the 2 in here. Flattery, and you said no one's going to give you any love, but you guys really like her. Give me some reasons why. I've got people out here wanting to spend some money.
Well, we love her to death. She's got a great mind. She's super athletic, and the last race that she was in, there was no pace for her to run into at all. And she's just gone out there and done the job every time. Her first 2 races, she just went out and won. She wasn't even asked. So it's very easy to sort of base a lot on figures and whatnot and take a look and say, maybe not. But we knew that this was the right spot for her. The distance is no problem. And she's just been all class right from the beginning. And so we're very excited.
45-1 right now. We're going to be looking forward for it. Best of luck.
Well, it turns out that we've maybe done something at more than 40-1 once or twice in this race in the Breeders' Cup before. So we'll hope we'll do it again.
Guys, he's alluding to Champagne Room and Storm the Court as well for the Peter Ernbarm. But Storm the Court was theirs. A huge win right here in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile a couple years back.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Back here on the desk. We're about 4 minutes away from race number 7 here, and it's time to jump into our DRF formulator fact, and it goes to the 3 Buku. Trainer Phil Bauer is 8 for his last 21. That's a $3.83 ROI with last out winners. By the way, I don't know whether that includes a horse that won about an hour ago, Churchill Downs, for the same connections, Rigney Racing. Bottom line, Christina, Phil Bauer, his horses are in tremendous form right now.
They are indeed. Good luck to them, as this daughter of Justify is up on the board at 8-1. There she is, Buku, on your screen. Also on your screen, both the 12 and the 14. Rishi, let's talk more about Les Pavots and her French form, top-class French competition that this daughter of Nonay never exits.
Yeah, she is top-class French horse, but she came up significantly short behind Opera Singer. I do believe Opera Singer is a horse that might take very, very high rank next season. Aidan O'Brien has hailed her as a superstar of the future, who's also by Justify, by the way. And Les Pavots has performed with credit all season long. The one concern I had about Les Pavots was perhaps the ground. I thought maybe she likes a bit of cut in the ground, and we know it is quick, fast ground here at Santa Anita. That's at the back of my mind about her chances. One thing that would be in her favour, considering where she's positioned in the stalls, is that she likes to be held up. She likes to be settled in rear and come with a long, late run. So even though she's drawn stall 14, perhaps there's something to negate that in her run style.
Let's talk a bit more about the 6-horse Porta Fortuna. She was our favorite for quite some time. She's just slightly your second choice right now. We have a Beyond the Past Performances quote from Donica O'Brien, her trainer, saying, quote, "We are not sure if she will stay the mile, but she will handle the ground and the track should be fine." Rishi, what's your opinion on that, on her at this distance today?
Without wanting to sit on the fence, I'd agree with Donica that I'm not sure that she'll stay the mile. She had to go over 7 furlongs in the Moyglare Stud Stakes. And watching that race, although she's not outpaced at the end, she didn't finish the race or hit the line quite as hard as she does when, say, she drops back to 6 furlongs at Newmarket when she wins the Cheveley Park Stakes on her last run. She's just more effective. She's shown she's more effective over shorter, and that's the concern about her ability to see the 7 furlongs, which she didn't quite do in the Moyglare, and now a mile. I know the pedigree says that the dam side that she should get further, but she's also shown so much speed. So somewhere along the way, you have to believe what you see with your own eyes as opposed to what the pedigree page tells you.
Right in between, right? Not fast enough for the juvenile turf sprint, maybe not quite enough to get the mile here in the turf mile.
I'll be the devil's advocate for a second and counter that and say, if she's ever going to get a mile, it's going to be in the United States. Arguably, the 7 furlongs in the Moyglare might be stiffer than the mile here. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know. Maybe that's a reach, but you know, you're turning left pretty much, 30% of the race here. So if she has a chance to stay the trip, I think this is the ideal spot to do it.
We have another quote to share with you, this with regard to the 9 Carla's Way at 6-1, and this from jockey Harry Burns, saying she is probably one of the best horses and movers that I've ever ridden.
Harry Burns has been riding a lot. Carla's Way a lot in preparation for this race. He's quite a talented apprentice jockey in the UK, rides a lot for the Crisford team, and he's been here this week looking after the preparation of Carla's Way. He is very confident about her chances. He's a big fan of hers. He always has been. She's always been well regarded, Christian, from the time she ran first time at Doncaster. Actually, my brother-in-law rode her that day, and there was a lot of chat about how good she might be. She won nicely. She then disappointed a little bit at Ascot. She came back to her best on really soft ground at Goodwood, and I think that her last run showed what she could really do. She forms part of my exacta selection for this race. Like in the first race on turf in the Breeders' Cup, I think the Europeans will dominate, and I think that Carla's Way and Porta Fortuna are the two. I think Carla's Way will see the race out that little bit better. I'll see Porta Fortuna leading as we turn for home. Carla's Way swooping down the outside under James Doyle, making it a 1-2 for the Europeans.
Wow, we're just finding out your brother-in-law rode this horse just now, 2 minutes before the race. That's some great inside info there.
You're welcome.
I ended up on loan in here, and I know that she hasn't kept as good of competition and company as some of the others, but watching her, the way she runs, the way she moves, she is going to love California. She's tiny, she's handy, she's athletic, and you need an agile individual like that to be successful here. I think she's built for California.
So Phil D'Amatos has a lot of success bringing European runners over here. I mean, off the chart. We interviewed him on Breakfast of the Breeders' Cup. We went through a lot of his runners. The one where, I mean, he's not a man of hyperbole or exaggeration. The one that got his attention was this filly right here, Laura.
She just got here, too.
Yes, and she's had one workout, and on some private clocker reports out here, it was outstanding. Had a very, very good turn of foot. Last quarter came flying up.
Top pick.
Top pick, I was back and forth, but I went with Porta Fortuna. I mean, coming into the race, I just like her European form.
Top pick, Rish.
Carla's Way to win.
Let's head up to Pete Aiello as he prepares us and brings us the call for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Good luck.
Thank you, Christina. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Standing room only here with a field of 14. Buttercream Babe, Flattery, and Buku, the first 3 in line. Luln is ready next. Life's an Audible. Austere. Carla's Way. Content. Hard to Justify. She Feels Pretty stepping forward next. Porta Fortuna and the Reeves Thoroughbred Racing colors, 2 left. Waiting for Galabrand. And from the outside, Le Pivot. Le Pivot. In Glen Hill Farm colors. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf to a level beginning. They're across the track early, and moving up to take over the lead is Austere for a head advantage. Up on the outside, Dreamfire put into play early. Hard to Justify is a bit keen, racing between horses while angling over. Buku has dropped down toward the rail. Porta Fortuna between horses. Life's an Audible 3 wide. Stuck 4 wide as She Feels Pretty with Flattery next. In between horses, it's Luln, and out a bit deep is Carla's Way. Content is settled while a bit headstrong and in tight for racing room. Content shuffled back. Buttercream Babe works between horses. Le Pivot toward the back of the field. It's a tightly grouped field separated by 8 lengths in the run past the opening quarter. They make their way 5 furlongs from the finish. The leader is now Dreamfire in front 3/4 of a length. In between horses, Hard to Justify second. Life's an Audible 3 wide third. Patiently handled is Austere down toward the inside in 4th at this stage. The opening half mile was 47 3. From between horses, it's Porta Fortuna, and out a bit deep, She Feels Pretty. Back from there, Carla's Way begins to get underway. Down at the rail, it's Buku. In between horses is Luln. Then it's a length and a half to Galabrand with Flattery dropping back. Buttercream Babe and Le Pivot is next. Content is 14th and last as they run to the top of the stretch. Less than a quarter of a mile to come in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Dreamfire off the turn with a wall of pursuers. Loose for the drive is Carla's Way. In between horses, Hard to Justify on the inside and Porta Fortuna. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Who do you like here? In between horses, Hard to Justify. Rouse forward for a narrow lead. On the outside, it's She Feels Pretty at the rail. Porta Fortuna. Hard to Justify. Turned him away. Challenges on both sides, but Hard to Justify up to the task. Close then for second. Either She Feels Pretty or Porta Fortuna. Content rolled late for a minor placing in 134 and 2.
Hard to Justify, the 12 horse, the daughter of Justify, fending off all challengers from the inside, from the outside, as she gets this win for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt.
I mean, the pace was pretty swift early on, 22 and change for the opening quarter. They managed to get a little breather around the turn down the backside, but attending the pace most of the way was Hard to Justify. And Hard to Justify, it's hard to believe, Chad Brown, a record 6 win in this race, getting 9-1 in here. Unbelievable.
Huge effort from this filly this afternoon, and as you say, Simon, right up there and on the pace. We have a photo in for the horses behind. Let's take a look one more time as they turn for home. So Dreamfire taking them as far as she could. Where were some of the other horses that are involved in this photo coming from here, Simon?
Well, Porta Fortuna's in behind Rishi, right? White silks, green cap.
Just in behind horses. I was wondering whether she'd get a clean run because she has to switch to the inside of Dreamfire, but she does get a clean run. I thought She Feels Pretty's run really well considering the trip that she's had. Content is the one making up a lot of ground late on. Carla's Way just seemed to run a bit awkward off the bend and struggled, but Content was running them down in another few strides. Might have got there.
The sheets play, I know you look at the sheets, Christina, they'll probably give She Feels Pretty a decent number. She ran wide. She lost more than the half a length that she was defeated with ground given up. And that will be, you know, that's a tough beat for Sherry DeVoe, getting beaten by her former boss in Chad Brown.
Post position difficult for both these top 2 horses.
Yep.
They both overcame a lot just to be involved in the top 3 finishers today.
The difference in America, the difference between tactical speed and not having it. The 12, even though breaking outside of the 11, was able to have that tactical speed, cross and get over. And the 11, She Feels Pretty a little slower in the early stages, and that compromised the trip. She was 4 wide the whole way around.
This filly is big. She has some size to her. Physically, a very mature-looking daughter of Justify. There she is, making her way back. Let's take a look at the replay and see if we can figure out who eventually was second. We know the 11 on the outside is involved in this photo.
That clears it up.
Who was that on the inside?
Porta Fortuna.
It was
Yeah.
Porta Fortuna.
I'd
Okay,
say
the
it's
10
probably-
backed up out of it.
It's the 11 or the 12 would be my guess.
Between the two of them, I'd say. I'm pretty certain Content was fourth.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Content making up quite a bit of ground. The 5-horse
Oh, there we go.
in here. There we go. And they have just posted it. So
Never in
it was
doubt.
Porta Fortuna to finish second today, diving through along the inside. A nice handy ride from Machine Murphy there. She feels pretty after a wide trip, settles for third today, but you'd have to be very proud of that effort as well.
Oh, no question. Yeah, no question about it. And Porta Fortuna, great effort, Rishi. And the form's holding up.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think she ran as most people thought she would do. She traveled really kindly because she's got that speed. She had every chance, but just couldn't quite get it done over the trip. Connections would be pretty proud of that performance. Another winner for Justify, Simon and Christina. I mean, he is turning into a super sire. Obviously, winner on the dirt, winner now. He's got probably two of the best 2-year-olds in Europe in City of Troy and Opera Singer. My goodness, he's going to get a lot of attention from the Coolmore team over the next few
All
years.
over the world talking about these offspring of Justify, and already with 2 winners on the Breeders' Cup program. We were able to go on board with Porta Fortuna today, Machine Murphy wearing the jockey cam for us. And here they are as they turn for home. So you can see the top 2 finishers, or the top 2 pace setters right in front of him. That is the 12, I believe, Hard to Justify, that he is following and just going to try and go ahead and find a seam if he can as they turn for home.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you, this is a huge effort from Hard to Justify to break from that outside post, attend a pretty quick pace, and then draw off away from it and hold off all challenges. Very good effort. And the prep race, the Miss Griot up in New York, that's a race that Chad Brown absolutely uses all the time to come on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. It's been so good for him. The timing, it's a home game for him back in New York, and the setup was perfect. And he alluded to the fact this filly reminded him of New Money Honey back in 2016, who won this race. Great effort.
New Money Honey, Rushing Fall, the same equation. It keeps working for Chad Brown here at the Breeders' Cup as he comes home with another one. Hard to Justify for Wise Racing. Chad Brown teaming up with Flavian Pratt for this victory. We do have prices in from the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Let's take a look. I thought, looking at that jockey cam, it was interesting. Asheen thought about going outside, and she feels pretty beat him to that spot and then had to head inside.
Yeah, you could tell coming into the straight, he's thinking, well, I mean, we're thinking what he's thinking. Maybe he always knew what he wanted to do, but from those pictures, you can feel the dilemma that's going through his mind. Shall I try and ease my way out there? But then John Velasquez holds him in. He's got to go down to the rail. She's tried really hard, hasn't she? But just quite not good enough.
$20.20 back if you had Hard to Justify on top in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. We'll move ahead and take a look at the odds for our next race on the program. This is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the TAA. We'll go a mile and a 16th back on the main track. Do note a couple of scratches in this field. Both the 1, the Wine Steward, and the 5, a Coroneo, will not compete. Early on in the wagering, Locked is the favorite for Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz. He's sitting on the board right now at 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I thought, one of the most competitive juvenile races that we've seen in many years, Christina. You've got all the major players with legitimate horses that are below 6-1. Tough race.
Todd Pletcher, Bob Baffert. We have a good group
Brad Cox
in here. Brad Cox, all competing here this afternoon. Breeders' Cup Juvenile is coming up next in 31 minutes.
Returning to the winner's circle, the winner of the 2023 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Here's number 12, Hard to Justify. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Justify, and an Instant Reflex by Quality Road. Owned by Wise Racing LLC and trained by Chad Brown and jockey Flavian Pratt. Hard to Justify completes the course in a minute 34 and 42 1/2. In the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation, Bill Farish, Breeders' Cup Board member. Next on the program is race number 8. It starts the late pick 3 today. This is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile at a mile and 16th over a fast main track for $2 million in guaranteed purse money. Scratch the 1 and 5. It's a field of 9. Win, play, show, exactly trifecta, superfecta. Super High Five with the carryover, daily double and pick 3 wagering, as well as the special 2-day daily double. 8th race post time, 30 minutes away at 4 o'clock.
We do, Brittany. Chad Brown, the Juvenile Fillies Turf Maestro, has done it again. Justify the Stallion has done it again. I'm delighted to welcome here to the presentation podium Breeders' Cup board member Bill Farish to present this magnificent Breeders' Cup trophy to Wise Racing, Brian with his son Cole. Many congratulations, Bill.
Ryan, congratulations. What a tremendous run she made, and she wasn't going to get past. Great day for you all, and it's an honor on behalf of the Breeders' Cup board to give you this trophy.
What a very, very special filly, Brian. But November the 3rd is a very, very special and momentous day. Just tell us why. Happy birthday, by the way.
So it's my birthday, but more importantly, I was born on my mom's birthday, and she would have been 80 today.
And am I right in thinking that it was when your mum passed back in 2013 that you and your sons decided to get together and form Wise Racing?
My father and my brother, it was always her dream, and so for her and my dad, it's really special. He couldn't be here today, but it's just the best thing in the world.
What do you think she'd think of all this and say to all this?
She would be the happiest in the world, everything she could want and dream of.
And Cole, to share something like this as a family and a moment like this on November the 3rd, what does it mean to you?
There's no words for it. I think we're all just so happy because we've been just grinding away at it for the last few years, and we have a great trainer, and we've all just been patient. So we're just so happy.
Unfettered joy for Wise Racing, gentlemen. Many congratulations. Hard to justify, yes, but Brittany, November the 3rd will be dead easy to remember from now on.
A special moment here.
They're in the gate, and they're off in the Breeders'.
NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation and the official private jet provider of the Breeders' Cup, offers seamless, reliable private travel options to the world's most discerning travelers, generation after generation. NetJets is proud to be a Berkshire Hathaway company, known for its unwavering commitment to safety, service, and unmatched global access. Simply select your departure time and fly in luxury with loved ones or colleagues. No matter your travel needs, you will find your ideal solution at netjets.com. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses in equal parts Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile, presented by the TAA. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Welcome back to the Sportsbook Draft, where FanDuel's pick is in.
With the first pick in the 2023 Sportsbook Draft, FanDuel selects horse racing.
Brilliant pick, as FanDuel becomes the first and only sportsbook app where you can bet on horse racing.
Just a savvy move by a savvy franchise. New customers get a no-sweat bet on the Breeders' Cup up to $200.
It's like they know each other.
What do you think Rob's saying to him right now?
Probably something about oats.
A man, his tractor, and his family. These are the Upshaws. Though he goes by Shaw, which stands for skilled hands at work. From cutting hair and mowing grass to roasting marshmallows, he's got a grasp on what matters most. There's a story in every piece of land. Run with us on a John Deere tractor and start telling yours. John Deere is the official partner of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
At Calumet Farm, we're proud to offer proven stallions to fit every breeder's needs. With over 72 million in progeny winnings on dirt and turf, our diverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow. Calumet Farm, a legacy reborn.
Last year's running of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile, presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, saw Forte stamp himself as a champion. This marks the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup. The very first race was the Juvenile, won by Chief's Crown, leaving the next spring's Preakness and Derby winners in his wake. And a Santa Anita crowd saw Brocco win the 1993 Juvenile for owner Albert Covey Broccoli, the producer who famously launched the James Bond film franchise. This is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile, presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance.
And one of the original 7 races that was run in the Breeders' Cup back in 1984 at Hollywood Park as we celebrate the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup here at Santa Anita. Michael Joyce, joined by Caton Bradar And Simon Bray here as we have the Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. We have a member of the board of the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, Simon Bray, on set right now, and it gives you an idea of just how important aftercare is when you see these horses and the second careers they really can have after the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these horses are guaranteed a second career at this level because they're going to be stallions or go to the broodmare shed. But for horses all across America, the everyday horses, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance provides, you know, a safe landing spot, a safe and healthy future for life after their racing careers are over. So thank them for their work they do. Proud to be a part of it and proud to be part of the coverage of this Breeders' Cup Juvenile because it's a deep competitive field.
It really is. At one point in time, I looked up and 3 horses were at 5-2. That tells you how intense the competition is, but the current favorite is the 4 Timberlake.
Yes, as we take a look at this race lens angle here on Timberlake, Brad Cox 23% over the past 5 years with 2-year-olds in graded stakes races. The Dam was a multiple route winner, and the fastest late pace figure in the field belongs to Timberlake as well. Scott?
Brad Cox sending out Timberlake here in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. How would you describe the progression in the 4 races of this horse to our viewers out there?
Really mature mentally. I think we've seen that this week here at Santa Anita. He's had some great gallops, schooled very, very well. And it's all about getting him to kind of relax and turn off at some point during the race early. And obviously we need to break, get a good position, but at some point he's going to have to take a deep breath, relax, get in a good rhythm, or he can finish up late.
Did he do that in the Grade 1 Champaign?
He did. He did. He responded really well down on the inside. He was on a muddy track, but look, he's performed well on a fast track. He's a very, very good workhorse of the morning. He's been consistent since the day he came in regards to his works weekly, and he's a good horse.
How do you handle the fight for position with horses that are largely going 2 turns for the first time? How do you prepare a horse and a rider and all of it, given the circumstances in a Breeders' Cup event like this?
And like you said, it's kind of more up to the rider, but, you know, it's about keeping them fit, but not over the top, right? So, I don't feel like we are. Like I said, once again, he's had fantastic gallops here all week, not over the top, not super aggressive, moving well, schooled great. So he's given us all the signs that he'll do what we want and hopeful that he will do, and ultimately it's up to Florent to get him to relax at some point going into the first turn.
Good luck, Brad.
Thank you.
I mean, Brad Cox, in a very short period of time, it was, what, 5 years ago when we saw Monomoy Girl bring him his first Grade 1, and now he's a powerhouse stable and Eclipse Award winner and one of the best in the game.
He definitely has strength in numbers and strong horses in every category, but I believe even with all the success that he's had in the Breeders' Cup, this could be the strongest lineup of horses from top to bottom that he's got over the course of the 2 days.
I think so, and I think, you know, he's a very level-headed trainer. He's not, I don't say, hyperbolic. He doesn't exaggerate too much. I think he comes in with a lot of confidence, Mike. I think Zozos later on tomorrow in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile are going to be very live for him. He looked good this week. Brad's been talking highly of him.
Let's go to Joaquin.
Yeah, Mike, thank you very much. Here with owner Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and the team. Have the favorite right now in the FanDuel Juvenile and locked. 2 starts back, he was up on the pace. Last race had to take from off it and rally wide. How much experience has your horse received in his 3 lifetime starts?
It's the ideal seasoning. Todd has methodically developed him. Sprint with a big gallop out at Saratoga. Mile race, then the 2-turn race at Keeneland. And he's had different trips every time. So we feel like he's battle-tested, we feel like he's versatile, and we feel like he's ready.
How has Todd told you that he's training at Keeneland Racecourse in preparation for this race today?
Just like he always does. Outstanding.
Is this one of the toughest editions of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile that you can remember?
Huge respect for this field. You look top to bottom, and there isn't an empty stall in the starting gate. So whoever walks away with the roses is going to earn them.
All the best. Good luck.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, Joaquin.
They have as good of a shot as anyone, as this horse, not unlike the way that Forte came into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile a year ago.
You have 4 horses that are coming off Grade 1 victories in their most recent starts. So you've basically got the very best in this country in the division. And you have a lot of nuances as far as the pace is concerned, too, Simon, with some speed throughout the entire field.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, with the way, looking ahead to next year, the way the road to the Kentucky Derby has changed, that's changed the dynamics of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile immensely as well. We see a lot of sprint horses, speed horses running in here. Now you get legitimate horses that win this race, that have a good chance of going on to develop as solid 3-year-olds. And you look through this field, you can make a solid case for 4 or 5 of them.
Let's take a look at that Claiborne Breeders' Futurity that Aaron Wellman was speaking of for locked. This colt was coming off of a maiden score. It was a mile event at Saratoga, and then he gets the mile and a 16th at Keeneland. And this was a great battle down the stretch with the line steward.
It was, but what I don't think you see there is the fact that he actually was fanned pretty wide on the turn and then had to sort of regroup to engage here for the stretch drive. And I think that showed some dimension to his ability. He was able to put away the field pretty easily when he broke his maiden going the mile at Saratoga, but to step up to the mile and a 16th and have that type of a trip and still come up with that kind of a run is impressive. He's very similar to his stablemate who won over that same weekend at Keeneland, Candide, who we just saw finish third in the juvenile fillies for Todd. But I think Locke draws a better post position rather than being down on inside in the middle of the field. And I also think Locke is maybe just a little bit more tactical than Candide.
And this was the route that Todd Pletcher took with Forte last year, Mike, going from the Breeders' Future and into victory in this race.
Right now we're going to head back to the studio, the FanDuel TV studio, with Dubs Anderson as we take another look at this Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the TAA. Dubsy.
Hey, Mike, thank you. Looks fantastic out there in front of the FanDuel Sportsbook, getting set to put my next wager on. 14 minutes till start time. We've got that WinBet insurance coming up for race number 8. All the different ways that you can jump in and play within a race, like the same game parlay, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. But I'm going to chase a bit of a price. Yes, I know Bob Baffert, he'll be tough to beat. Muth, Prince of Monaco, question marks at the distance. Todd Pletcher, three separate threats coming up. But it's the number 11 noted for me. Just one start on the dirt course, 1 for 1. 3 starts at the routed ground. The stamina, the conditioning is absolutely lit, and I like the choice of the team to run the juvenile here at 14 to 1 plus 1,400. We can just get a slightly better trip and save a bit of ground. I think we could be there at a price as they turn for home. Leading jock Irad Ortiz gets back in the irons. I like our chances here. There's a lot of question marks. Let's take a bit of a swing for the fences. Give me the 11 noted. Back to you guys at the desk.
That is quite the swing, but at the end of the day, if this horse wins, you're looking at 14 to 1 for Pletcher, Rapoli, and Irad.
Well, I think it's interesting that Todd Pletcher has 3 horses in the race, 2 real long shots, and then one of the favorites.
Andy.
We are on the precipice of the much-anticipated Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Wow, this is a difficult group not to get excited about. Some of the most outstanding horse flesh I've seen all day, starting with the number 2, Prince of Monaco. I know there's question marks on this, whether this horse will get this 2 turns route of ground, but honestly, I think he can do it. He's lengthened a lot since the last time I've seen him. He's always been a stout, compact, strong-looking horse, but I like that he's lengthened. I love the price on him as well. I also like the number 4, Timberlake. Oh my gosh, this horse is insane. He does not look like a 2-year-old. He towers over this field in every way, walks very, very proud, exuding confidence, everything you want to see. And of course, I'm also going to be using the number 6, Locked, our Breeders' Futurity winner. Locked maybe doesn't have as much substance as some of the other horses in this group, but he has a walk that I've never seen. I haven't seen a horse walk like this one in a long time, and when I talk about that walk, it's that extension in that front end, that daisy picking. He has such athleticism, and he's a horse who's very kind on himself. He's very intelligent, very calm, and he hasn't turned a hair in this paddock throughout the whole time.
Thank you, Andy. As they are preparing to give the call of riders up, we've got some special daily doubles on the wagering menu. Simon, let's start with you. How do we go about this?
Well, it's all about White Barrio tomorrow afternoon for me in the Classic, so I'm going to single there. I'm just going to go 4 deep here. The 2, Prince of Monaco, the 4, Timberlake, obviously the 6, and then Muth. I mean, I just see it. I can't get out of these top 4 or 5 betting choices. I said going in, it's an evenly matched race between the major players, but, you know, at least any one of these, you're getting from 5 to 2 to 5 to 1, up to 5 to 2 with the 10. So it's pretty straightforward for me.
Kate, in a 2-day daily double, how do you go about it?
Almost exactly the same as Simon, with the exception of adding a little bit more insurance in this first leg, which I think is wildly unpredictable. I, in addition to the horses he mentioned, threw in the 8 general partner for Chad Brown, coming off the 2nd place finish to Timberlake in the Champagne. I think he's a progressive horse who might be better on the fast going versus the sloppy track last time out. He also has a pretty high cruising speed, but if he can work out a trip and manage to relax toward the outside, I think he's going to be a real factor.
They've legged the riders up. We'll have a post parade for you shortly, but once again, that daily double linking today's Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by TAA with the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic tomorrow. And I'm with both of you. I think White Barrio, and I think he's going to be a short price. I think White Barrio, is going to get bet tomorrow with all we've seen this week, in this past couple of weeks, with what he did last time out for Rick Dutrow. I think he is going to loom one of the horses to beat in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. We are going to excuse Simon from the set as a board member of the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. He will be presenting the trophy in the winner's circle for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Joaquin.
Here with owner Mike Ripoli, has 2 horses up next year in the FanDuel Juvenile. Let's start with Fierceness. What happened last out in the Champagne for Fierceness?
You know, it's funny. He's been on 2 wet tracks. He's training great, ran great on one track, and I guess the dirt at Saratoga, the wet track was a little bit different, and he's never run on a dry track except for workouts, and he's been working out great. So first time I'm going to see him on a dry track.
You also have Noted in here, and you had your choice, turf or dirt. Why the FanDuel Juvenile for Noted?
He runs on both surfaces. He's run incredible second or first in either one. We thought we'd take a shot here. We think there's a lot of speed in this race. I think it's going to set it up maybe for a closer unless somebody pulls away. So we like this horse a lot, too.
Always appreciate your time. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Joaquin.
You got to love Mike Ripoli. The guy is the ultimate gamesmanship from him and the ultimate competitor in this game. We'll see what he can pull off here in the Juvenile. There is Prince of Monaco, though, leading him onto the racetrack. One of the fastest horses here in Southern California.
Trying a distance of ground for the first time. He's by Speightstown. He's one of 3 in the field for Bob Baffert. And I think the strategy will be go to the front and try to see if you can slow things down. The 3, Wind Me Up. The second of the Bob Baffert runners is by Vino Rosso, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. He was second in the American Pharaoh to his stablemate Muth, but has only started 2 times and is improving, I think.
Breeders' Cup Classic winner here at Santa Anita. There's Timberlake as Brad Cox sending out the favorite here. We'll see if this horse is favored at post time, but you would presume so. 5-2 currently.
So the 6 locked for Walmack Farm and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners is a son of Gunrunner, another Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Coming off the victory in the Breeders' Futurity, he took a big step forward and rides a 2-race win streak.
There's a look at Cuban Thunder for Adrian Murray. Long shot at 60-1. Thiago Pereiro's already found the winner's circle once today. Will be aboard.
Klarovich Stables' General Partner is next. I think he's sneaky, under the radar, cut out for the distance by Speightstown out of a Distorted Humor mare, second in the Champagne, gets a fast track today.
Fierceness coming into screen at 14-1. Johnny V in the irons for the Ripoli stable, and Todd Pletcher coming off of that terrible finish in the Champagne when favored.
He's a magnificent looking horse, though, isn't he? The 10, Muth is my top choice in the race, now 5-2 co-favorite, coming off the win in the American Pharaoh. He's gradually gotten better with every start.
And there is Noted at 14-1. Another one for Todd Pletcher. Another one in the silks of Mike Ripoli. Arad Ortiz aboard as we are 7 minutes away from the Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. And Scott Hazelton joining us on set. How did you see this race unfolding?
Well, I do like the 2, Prince of Monaco, because Bob Baffert going a route of ground for the first time, no surprise, does very, very well. He's gone 6 for his last 12 with a $3.87 ROI, with 2-year-olds moving from sprint to route. And we know that they're going to be fit and ready for this test. And this is a horse who's unbeaten in 3 starts, all at the 1-turn distance, and most recently was a 5 cents on the dollar favorite in the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity, and he beat his stablemate Miramati by 3/4 of a length. I think that he is absolutely live in here at odds of 5-1 as Bob Baffert seeks a record-setting 6th win in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. And I just think that this horse will be ready to go. Otherwise, he would not be here today.
We were all at Del Mar this summer. I mean, we saw this horse blow doors off, winning by 8 in his debut. We knew what he was in the Best Pal, and the Del Mar Futurity was simply a foregone conclusion. As we go beyond the past performances here with Prince of Monaco, Bob Baffert quoted as saying, "He hasn't gone the 2 turns, but I haven't seen anything that would make me think he can't do it. The riders think he can do it." After all, the rider's opinion does carry a lot of weight here when figuring out what to do with these colts, but this was always going to be the plan, Caden.
Well, in terms of watching, and particularly in the Del Mar Futurity, feel like he shows signs that he may be a better horse around 2 turns. It just feels as if he's a little bit under the gun to use his speed early and then stay in position. He's also a horse who I think is still in the learning stages. He hasn't completely put everything together, but on raw talent alone has been able to be successful through those 3 starts. So I like the post position for him too, to the inside.
And the reality is there was no pressure to run him in the Grade 1 American Pharoah for the barn or the connections, because they'd secured themselves a spot in this through what he'd done in the summer. And there's other horses that the Baffert operation obviously sent forward in the Grade 1 American Pharoah, like Wind Me Up and Muth, who were 1-2 in that race. So they could be more patient and bring this horse in off of a little bit more time, close to 2 months between the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, how do you win that many juveniles? Well, it helps to bring 3 horses to the table. That's not a bad way to go about it as we take a look at Timberlake for Brad Cox by Into Mischief, as Brad Cox, once again, one of the best in the country. And in this scenario, 28% of horses coming in on 11 to 29 days rest. So this is really the sweet spot for him, not giving him too much time. Brad Cox does everything excellent.
I liked what he said to me in the paddock before the horses arrived, just how they've worked on getting them relaxed, knowing that at some point in time, Caton, a horse in any route race is going to have to switch off. It cannot be going as fast as you possibly can the entire way. There has to be a moment of just sort of easing down a bit and then picking it up again. So they've worked with him on that, and that's, like he said, that's all you can do and prepare them for the situation that he finds himself in today, going the 2 turns for the first time.
So far, so good. As far as how he appears on the track, he's taking things in stride, and that's a real positive sign. The real key is going to come, though, in that run to the first turn. Whether he's able to get position, it looks like it could shake out beautifully with Prince of Monaco and Wind Me Up, both having some speed inside of him. If he can just relax and tuck back just behind those horses and then settle, he's going to be in a very, very good position.
We're going to talk about Locked, who's now clicked down to the 5-2 favorite for Todd Pletcher. The thing about this colt that's impressive, it's not that he's got the win at 2 turns solely. It's the fact that in 3 races, he's run 3 different race configurations. A 1-turn affair, the mile at Saratoga, don't forget, they start in that chute. So it is a 1.5 turn type mile, much similar to what they do at Ellis Park, and then the 2 turns at Keeneland.
Here's the thing with Locked. He's been closing into very soft paces. Now, that's an accomplishment in and of itself. If you can sit back a little off the pace and still be able to come up with that potent late kick against soft fractions, you're really doing something. But at the same time, he's never had the type of pace that I think he's going to encounter here, because there are some truly fast horses in front of him. If he can come up with the same type of kick with fast horses in front of him, he's a real factor in here.
And the fact that he was able to win the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity from the outside post with a fairly quick run into that first turn at Keeneland, and then a short stretch to work with, being wide in the first turn, fighting for position, then being wide again. I mean, this horse was as impressive as you can be in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity to get up and win by 1/2 of a length. He was up against it from a post position perspective, but he overcame that, especially with that first wire finish at Keeneland.
And here's the long shot from the Pletcher camp, noted. 14-1 right now. Rad Ortiz in the irons. Noted won the maiden on the turf at Saratoga, then won a stakes race on the main track at Monmouth. Then they went back on the turf where he just missed winning that Bourbon Stakes on the turf by a nose.
You have to remember that dirt race, the Sapling, Caton. He beat a horse named Dornock, who we saw win at Keeneland in the fall. That's the full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner Mage, who did so very impressively. So while it may look like a small-ish stakes race and not scoffing at a $200,000 purse, you have to recognize who he beat and what Dornock did out of that Monmouth race.
I have a lot of respect for what he did in the Sapling as well as the Bourbon. But I will say, if he is able to be successful today going turf to dirt, it's yet another feather in the cap of Todd Pletcher, who I've not seen use this type of a springboard race or move turf to dirt, particularly with his young horses in these types of situations.
Fierceness was, well, fierce indeed in the debut. An 11-length win in his first career start. You heard in the interview with Mike Rapoli, didn't care for the slop in the Champagne. you can forgive that effort, but still a little light on seasoning, even though these are juveniles.
I don't think we know what he is or what he's made of. We've never seen him on a fast track. He didn't get away from the gate well in the Champagne. I'm willing to forgive him the Champagne. I just don't know how good a horse he is. I know he's very fast, and I know he's a beautiful looking animal, and he's been very calm and relaxed.
Yeah, but what's the tote board telling us about Fierceness? The fact that he's 15-1. I mean, this horse looked like he was going to be the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile after that maiden win at Saratoga.
There's the horse I like. The 10 Muth, though I completely respect his stablemate who beat him in Prince of Monaco. I think it's important that he was able to take that step to the 1 1/16 and run and win as easily as he did. And I think he's kind of on even terms. Bob Baffert has described him as a quality horse with a lot of talent. And in this particular case, as the son of Good Magic, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile in only his 3rd start, I think he might be a little ahead of the curve as far as where everyone is at this stage of the game.
They have reached the starting gate for the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. Frank Miramati brings you the call.
Thank you so much, Mike. They're moving into line. Here's Wind Me Up in the familiar colors of Mike Pegram, Carl Watson, and Paul Whiteman. We've teamed up on so many occasions for these big moments. General Partner comes up. Fierceness, one of 2 for the Rapoli stable. Here's Muth. And the last one to load is Noted. Noted walking up. Going in. We're in the gate. And they're off in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. And General Partner goes straight to the front. Wind Me Up is flashing good speed, and Fierceness is up and on the pace as well. Muth is a close-up 4th. He's followed by Timberlake between horses, and Prince of Monaco is down on the rail in a little bit tight as Prince of Monaco having to steady off horses' heels. Locked is at the back of the field. He races on the inside of Noted, and in between those two, it's Cuban Thunder. They swing onto the back stretch, less than 6 furlongs to run, and it's General Partner, prompted by Fierceness, a half length away 2nd. Muth inches up a closer 3rd. Wind Me Up is in 4th. Prince of Monaco guided off the rail now in 5th between rivals, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Timberlake is just outside of him. They are followed by Noted, Locked, and Cuban Thunder. There's a half mile left to run, and General Partner is the one to catch, leads by a half-length steal with Fierceness right to him in 2nd. A length back to Muth in 3rd. Timberlake moving in tandem with Prince of Monaco between horses. Wind Me Up is back to 6th. Locked is hard-ridden, not responding at this stage. Outside of him comes Noted, and 2 more to Cuban Thunder. They're a 1/4 mile from home, and Fierceness has run by General Partner, confronted by Muth. These two arrive at the top of the stretch together, and Fierceness is running a big race, opens up a length and a half. Muth in 2nd, then Prince of Monaco and Timberlake, and Fierceness making amends in a big way. The real Fierceness shows up in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, strolling in under John Velasquez by more than 6 lengths. Muth was 2nd. Locke found his best stride late, followed by Timberlake and Prince of Monaco.
Fierceness powering down the stretch with a vulgar display of speed, pulling away from the competition with the greatest of ease. A powerful victory in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
He made this look easy, and the pace not unfolding the way you could have anticipated with a number of fast horses in there. General Partner on the lead was able to slow things down tremendously, which made it very difficult for all those horses who worked so hard to relax in the early stages.
And for General Partner, couldn't see out the trip. The first one to take the baton is Fierceness, who tracked him throughout, and then here comes Muth to his outside, and it looks like it's going to be game on for the next few strides, but then the next few strides reveal that Fierceness is just getting started. And how about the 3rd place finish from Locked? He was under a ride going into the far turn, and for him to pick up 3rd was a very big effort from this Grade 1 winner, now finishing 3rd against this company, but they were never getting to Fierceness here. What a rebound. And we've got Mike Rapoli added again after Forte last year. Fierceness in 2023.
I think he likes the fast track.
Yeah,
I'd say yes.
And they won't be doing any rain dances in that camp for a while. Another one for the Hall of Famer John Velasquez. You want to talk about great riders with great success here in the Breeders' Cup. Very few are breathing that rarefied air of Johnny V. You can see there getting the post-race interview with NBC. Fierceness, though, wow, what a performance. This colt has a bright, bright future by City of Light. We're going to take a closer look here at your winning juvenile as sitting in a perfect spot at the top of the stretch.
You know, general partner being able to set that easy pace just made it such a nice move for Fierceness, who just gallops on up to take the lead. And at this point, he's got a fresh horse, even as Muth had to work hard to get into contention. Fierceness finds another gear.
Yeah, and that's a great point you bring up. Oftentimes we think that the slow pace is benefiting the horse on the front end, and in this instance it's the horse that was right there with him, because the pace setter just could not find more as they spun for home. The 2 turns obviously not agreeing with him, but he was in that perfect spot and extends beautifully. And as you mentioned, a colt by City of Light out of a Stay Thirsty first dam. This is not only Rapoli owned, it's Rapoli bred. This is a Rapoli family through and through when you look at the female side. So Fierceness perhaps securing another championship 2-year-old honor for Mike Rapoli.
City of Light stands for $35,000 at Lane's End, and looking like a bargain right now with this horse scoring here. The Three Chimneys cheers to the breeders, you just said, the homebred for the Rapoli stable. Fierceness, and I hear what you guys are saying about the pace, but the way he won this race, I think there's about a half a dozen pace scenarios you could have drawn up. He's going to win anyway. This horse was so much the best this afternoon.
Well, he was able to get into a very comfortable cruising position in the early stages of the race. And I think we saw in that last race, it wasn't just the mud alone. I think it was the way the race started, where he wasn't able to be comfortable. He kind of lunged at the start and was discombobulated. Here, it was absolutely perfect. If you dreamt up the perfect trip for a horse, Fierceness received it under Johnny Velasquez. And, you know, I think that's the combination of things that lead to that type of a performance.
You talk about the pace, Mike, but also one thing, too, is the fact that he wasn't aggressive, because you look at his debut win, he was an absolute speedster winning that race with a very fast time. So for him to react and to settle off that pace says something about him from a mental perspective as well.
The pace did to some of the other competitors in this race, which took them out of their game. Timberlake kind of took the worst of it. A couple other horses, too, got jammed up behind horses. So rather than being able to get into a steady flow, if you watch Timberlake out of the gate, he does what he's supposed to do, which was, again, relax, try not to go crazy and into the first turn. But once he comes out of here, he kind of establishes his position, but he's in a pretty tight group of horses who are all behind the pace, and he's going to have to take up just a little bit to be able to maintain his spot, because the lead horses have slowed it down so much.
And it's such a huge help, too, to be drawn right next to that horse who sets the pace. And it wasn't a mad scramble. It was just the way that it played out on the break. General Partner found himself in front. Manny Franco, of course, you're going to take it. And at this point, like you mentioned, here they are. They're all just at this stage in their easy gallop. I mean, from a perspective from watching it happen and unfold, everybody was listening to their rider over the course of the mile to 16th run.
You know, older horses can recover from a lot of different scenarios, but it takes a really special young horse to be able to do that. Fortunately, Fierceness didn't really have to do that. He had smooth sailing every step of the way.
Is it fair to say, since he finished 4th, Timberlake was not in sync?
Oh.
All right, I'll stop. This will be my last race of the day, I promise. There's a look at your winner, Fierceness, as they have put the blanket around his neck. A Breeders' Cup champion, Fierceness. Fantastic pari-mutuel return. If you were right here, you got John Velasquez in the Rapoli Silks aboard a Todd Pletcher trainee, and for a $2 win wager, you got a $35 return. That only happens at the Breeders' Cup.
This would be the 15th Breeders' Cup victory for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Just amazing that you could get $35 on a $2 wager for that.
How quickly things have escalated for Pletcher from the Lone Star Breeders' Cup in 2004, picking up his first Breeders' Cup win, to hitting that new achievement here with a horse that certainly deserved the win and earned that win here today.
And everyone's going to be talking about this horse in their Derby future wagers as well. Let's head down to the winner's circle right now for the trophy presentation. The FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Fierceness, as the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance.
Congratulations to Fierceness, winner of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile, presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. Congratulations as the homebred Fierceness scores in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
The fierce performance by Fierceness to take the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance to Rapoli Stable, a homebred, a first homebred to win a Breeders' Cup. For Mike Rapoli and his wife Maria, for the presentation from FanDuel TV, we have Simon Bray.
Thanks very much, Brittany. On behalf of FanDuel and FanDuel TV, just want to take a quick second to thank our friends and partners of the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance that do great work in ensuring the future of these racehorses once their racing careers are over. Somebody with a bright future, Fierceness, and it was exactly 1 year ago I was standing right here presenting the trophy to Mike Rapoli. Congratulations, Mike. This is becoming a habit. I'll see you next year.
And cute use of words, though, has bright future in the Classic tomorrow. For the winning connections here, Todd, we haven't had an opportunity to speak to you yet. Coming into today, what sort of level of confidence did you have, knowing this horse was talented, but coming off of such a perplexing performance?
Yeah, the Champagne was a head scratcher, and you know we had to go based on what we've been seeing from him all summer, before he was training for the Champagne, after he trained the Champagne, and you know Mike's not afraid to take a shot. He said, "Let's train the horse. If you like the way he's training, let's give it another try." And thankfully, showed what he's all about today.
You're one to keep the emotions close to the vest, but I saw you walking into the winner's circle, throwing up some fist pumps. Why is this one special?
Yeah, it's Mike's homebred. out of a state thirsty mare we won the Travers with, so it's got, the Rapoli stable stamp all over it, and it's just, I think it's extra gratifying for Mike and his family and team.
Mike, you've been here before. This race provides you with an early Kentucky Derby favorite. Are you Derby dreaming?
Well, the last 2 times I had to scratch the Derby favorite, so
touchy subject.
I might be skipping it, but Todd's done an amazing job with this horse. But this one's really special because 14 years ago, the horse that put Rapoli stable on the map won this race called Uncle Mo. And Johnny Velasquez rode him, and to 14 years later, come back here with his wife Leona, daughter, family, and Todd and me. Todd had gray hair back then. He still does, but we were in our 30s, and now we're in our 50s, and these wins feel a lot better now than ever before. And winning with Johnny is very, very special.
A truly full circle moment for everybody up here. A big congratulations to all of you. Fierceness in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile presented by the TAA.
On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen. Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2 decades to keep both horse and humans safer, healthier, and more productive. Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today. Qatar Racing are proud to be the official title partner of the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint for the 3rd year running, reinforcing their commitment to promote the best racing in the world to new and growing audiences.
Welcome back to the Sportsbook Draft, where FanDuel's pick is in.
With the first pick in the 2023 Sportsbook Draft, FanDuel selects horse racing.
Brilliant pick, as FanDuel becomes the first and only sportsbook app where you can bet on horse racing.
Just a savvy move by a savvy franchise. New customers get a no-sweat bet on the Breeders' Cup up to $200.
It's like they know each other.
What do you think Rob's saying to him right now?
Probably something about oats.
With a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
European-based runners captured all 3 Friday grass races last fall, culminating in the $1 million Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, with Victoria Road's narrow victory. That gave trainer Aidan O'Brien and jockey Ryan Moore 5 wins each in the Juvenile Turf. That record includes a triumph at Santa Anita in 2012 with George Vancouver. And it was on this track that legendary trainer John Gosden notched the first of 2 straight wins in this race with with Donativum. This is the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
Welcome back to the Players Show. 2 more races to go here on Future Stars Friday. Christina Blacker, Rishi Prasad, and Scott Hazelton with you. We hope you enjoyed coverage of fierceness in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Now we get back to the turf course and another very strong European favorite in here, Rishi, at 2-1 with Unquestionable.
Yes, and in fairness to quite a few of the European commentators and analysts who've been here all week, a lot of us actually quite liked Unquestionable, even with River Tiber in the race. Now that River Tiber's come out and Frankie Dettori is now on the side, Ryan Moore gets into the plate on Unquestionable. I think he represents still good value in this race. This was an excellent run in the Jean-Luc Lagardère on Arc weekend. The horse in yellow colours about to challenge a horse called Rosalian, who at his very best is one of the best 2-year-old colts in Europe. And Unquestionable had the rest of the field cooked. It was only Rosalian who was able to run him down late on. He had excuses on his previous run where he hit his head in the starting stalls and ran no race whatsoever. Prior to that, he'd been progressing really nicely. And it looked to me like he improved for the step up in trip to 7 furlongs there. I don't see the mile being an issue today here at Santa Anita.
One thing that I really liked about that race was that he kind of pushed his way out when he needed to find a path, didn't he? He was agile and aggressive enough and intelligent enough to know when he needed to make his move.
He's always looked professional from the very start. The thing I like about him is indeed that, the fact that he can rate, travel well, and then hopefully deliver a turn of foot. The one thing that seems to relate to today is that you might need a little bit of luck in running.
Scott, for his connections and for everybody connected to a horse in here, it is a very special moment to see a horse that you bred, that you were there for from day one, compete in the Breeders' Cup.
Because the part of this is the generations that it takes to get to this point. So often these families are built through decades, especially when you look at some of the breeding operations that we have on the screen. Springhouse Farm, the Wertheimers, Murray Jones, Winstay, and Alan Poindexter, the late Brereton Jones, China Horse Club, Mrs. Ammerman, Country Life Farm, Whisperview Trading, and Frankfurt Park Farm. It is a tireless effort to get to this point and worth celebrating for being here in the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
So that's a quick look and our cheers to the breeder on behalf of all of us here on the Players Show and certainly from FanDuel TV now with 19 minutes until the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. But we mentioned the favorite at 9-5. I'm just looking at the wagering now. Our second choice 5-1, and that is the 5 horse in here, Scott. My Boy Prince, tactically and as far as class goes, definitely a threat in here.
He is. He's got speed, and this is a quick turf course. It's firm ground, and that's when he's been at his best. His wins have come when he's able to dictate the pace. But that's a mile and a 16th race that he comes out of at a 1 turn, and he was able to slow things down. The question is, can he do that today? Because you look when things were speedier in the Grade 1 summer, Rishi, he eventually was caught. So I don't think it's realistic to think that he's going to be able to get away with a 49 half mile like he did in that most recent win against Ontario Breds.
Well, the general consensus is that the races of this sort of nature here at the Breeders' Cup, they're run with a bit more pace early on. You want to get a good handy position, and I mentioned about luck in running for something like Unquestionable. You kind of hope that there is a good pace because that will allow the cream to rise to the top. When there isn't a good pace, it gets a bit messy, and I think with a stronger pace, it'll make a horse like My Boy Prince perhaps a little bit vulnerable.
Let's hear from one of our competitors standing by right now with Andy Biancone.
Thank you, Christina. We're here with jockey Dylan Davis. He'll be aboard the number 14 Carson's Run. Dylan, does post position 14 concern you?
It does, yeah. We have to overcome a lot here, just trying to save as much ground as possible going into that first turn. Just really, after that, working out a trip from there. But it's really hard to make up that trip, trying to get to the rail as soon as possible. Yeah.
You've ridden this horse since the very beginning of his career. How much has he changed and developed from July until now?
He's changed a lot. I mean, he's physically, mentally, every race he's improving a lot. He's a really nice horse to ride. I'm really excited for today.
He looks fantastic. Best of luck to you and the team.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Carson's Run 6-1 right now from that outside post. Now with the scratches, he does drop in a few slots. And speaking of the Summer Stakes, we have that race for you now. And Scott, let's go back to the point about Woodbine and just how different It is competing at Woodbine, big sweeping turns, a one-turn configuration, versus running here at Santa Anita. It takes a different type of trip and a different individual.
Yeah, turf course, they have 2 turf courses, but the main turf course is on the outside of the main track. The only other comparison that I can think of, Rishi, is at Maidan, where the turf course is set up that way, and the courses in general are set up that way. He took advantage of the quick pace that my boy Prince set in the Grade 1 summer. The thing about him, even if this pace is slow, which I don't think that we can predict it to be that slow, he can hang in there and adapt to the pace and put himself in position. He was only a half of a length away from winning the Grade 3 with anticipation at Saratoga with that slow pace.
When you look at the main dangers to what I consider to be the best chance in the race, and unquestionable, Carson's run and Endlessly were the 2 that I put forward. I was slightly concerned though about where Carson's run is drawn. That's just an awkward position. But in terms of talent and the way he produced that run at Woodbine, I thought he was a big player.
Taking a look at your double play now, Rishi, just 2 horses, all you need, 1 in each to make this double happen.
It's pretty easy, isn't it? Unquestionable today. Even though I said without Ribbetide the scratching, I've always been pretty confident about his chances in the juvenile turf. And then tomorrow, he might be the worst behaved horse on the race course, Mostadaf, when he turns up. He is a handful, but he might also be the most talented on show in what is a very strong renewal of the Breeders' Cup turf.
So that's interesting, and that's something for everybody to file away for tomorrow. It's not necessarily a concern if he is a handful tomorrow.
No, I know Scott was at Royal Ascot when he behaved, I would say, naughtily. He was a bit naughty at Royal Ascot. He had everything on show. He was on his toes. In fact, he's been edgy in the mornings. He's making more noise than the crowd making noise when a horse crosses the line here.
What happens when he walks past the statue of Zenyatta?
Oh, please. Someone pulled the screens around that. I don't want to see what goes on.
14 minutes until the juvenile turf, but let's go into the saddling area with Jess Stafford. We'll get those technical difficulties worked out and get back to Jess if we can in just a moment. I did want to ask your opinion, Rish, on another runner in here, and that's the 12, Mountain Bear. He is striking, and I think this week when we saw the breakfast shows and watching Aidan O'Brien's horses as they continue their preparations, he's always the one your eyes are drawn to. He's a very strong individual, really powerfully built. What are his chances in this race, though? He's a big 24-1 on the board right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at his form. I've looked at his form over and over again. I can see maybe he might be improving a little bit, but he would have to improve even more to get involved, I think. I think there's a significant gap between he and Unquestionable, but you are right. He is a very handsome creature. So it's possible that he might be developing still. His previous run behind Iberian also involved Rosalian. Now, on that occasion, Rosalian ran pretty badly. He was below his best. That was due to the ground. And Mountain Bear was behind them. So I think, all in all, you look at the relative lines of form, and he's got a bit to fight.
The bettors have it right at that big price. Let's try Jess one more time.
Yeah, I was just asking Dylan about the experience here at Santa Anita and a massive opportunity for you. What's the build-up been like, and how excited are you about riding Mountain Bear?
Yeah, very exciting. It's good to be here in the first place and very grateful for the opportunities, but more than looking forward to it now and getting to see the track and the experience will all help.
Do you think the horse comes in a little bit underrated? You know, his run last time, it was a great prep run into this race. Headed a bum, won it in 2015 before winning this, so he might just be a little bit under the radar.
I think so. Stepping up to 7 furlongs the last day definitely brought the best out in him. I think the key is just to get him switch off, and he's going to come home good, but stepping up to the mile is not going to be a problem, but hopefully have a good run.
Well, best of luck, Dylan.
Thank you.
Jess, thank you so much. In terms of who looked good in here, one of my top selections will be the number 7, Agate Road for Team Todd Pletcher. This horse overcame a very wide trip last time out. Before that, he drew post position 10 in a full field, overcame that. The horse looks fantastic. He is on his toes, sharp, but not nervous in any way. He's actually walking around with a lot of confidence, a lot of attitude, and just looks very, very sharp. Also going to be using the number 9, Endlessly, the local hero, 4-1 on him, undefeated thus far. We can can catch this horse forwardly placed, but Endlessly was incredible last time out in the Zuma Beach, and he has grown, changed, and developed so much. He looks fantastic. I would take him as my top selection. I'm also going to include the number 14, Carson's Run. Obviously, I'm a little apprehensive about that outside post. I don't think he has the speed to really get out of there, but if this horse gets a good trip, he absolutely stands out in the field physically. Beautiful horse, walking around very, very confidently. My job is to do paddock picks, so I have to include him even despite the post, guys.
Andy, thank you. Carson's Run out there running for Carson Yost and at a price of 6-1 right now. Let's head over to our FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles. Dubs Anderson has a selection for this race.
What is going on, Christina? Pumped up here for race number 9, the penultimate race on the card. We're at the FanDuel Sportsbook in FanDuel Racing, and so many different ways to jump in and play this race, but we're going to keep it really simple. The International Raiders, yes, I get it. Aidan O'Brien, Ryan Moore, they've had a lot of success in this spot. Firms up to 9-5, a little short, a little vulnerable for mine. Endlessly moves up to 4-1, and Carson's Run sits as is at 6-1 on the board at plus 600. In terms of the early speed, I'm looking my boy Prince to push forward there for Mark Cassie, and I think it actually sets up really nicely for the stablemate in the number 4 Ken Group. At 18-1, starts at 12-1. We're getting better odds here at plus 1800 as the 4 starts, and we have figured things out since going across to the turf 2 starts back. A winner in that Grade 2 Bourbon will absolutely run on late in this race. If we can just get a bit of pace early and try and stick with those front runners, I'm looking towards the number 4 Ken Group at 18-1. Can close, can cash, and can give us quite the Friday afternoon. Back to you guys.
Dubs, thank you. Let's stick with that horse, Scott the 4, 18-1 on Can Group. You were there for the Bourbon, and I think it's a very impressive race. No pace at all to close into, and he was still able to overcome it.
Well, he ran a very similar race to what Buku, the filly, did in the Jessamine Stakes and was able to get out. And Buku in the filly race, she was always locked in if you watch the trip that she had with Martin Garcia. And so that's going to be the key. Flavien Prat being able to get out, Rish, and get clear sailing and allow this Good Samaritan colt to put on display what we saw from him in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
That's why I think a strong pace is key to this race. If it isn't a strong pace, I think it could be pretty messy, because there are a few horses who like to settle in behind, look for a run late on, probably try and get a bit of a rail run. I half wondered, actually, whether Mountain Bear might be sent forward for the O'Brien team.
Yeah, he might be out there to show a bit of pace. Let's jump in with this post-grade. Scott, we begin with Air Recruit.
Yeah, coming off a win in the Laurel Futurity on turf. Gets Luis Saez in the saddle. This is a huge step up in class. He was beaten by None Metz in a sprint 2 starts back. 35-1 seems right on the board.
Next up is Tok Tok, who races in the colours of the Wertheimer and Freya team. Unfortunately for Tok Tok, bumped into Can Group last time, won his first couple of starts, and the most recent run suggests that he'll have to step up significantly on that run.
Here's Can Group, broke his maiden, then won the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon at Keeneland. What's the trip going to be like for him at 17-1? He has the ability, but it's going to come down to where he lies early on.
My boy Prince for Mark Cassie has won 3 of his last 4 starts. Bumped into Carson's Run 2 starts back that we showed you earlier on in the summer Group 1. I don't think that he's out of the picture, but I think there's a little bit more needed.
Stay hot, the number 6 horse, 17-1, Antonio Fresu in the saddle. He had a big day here yesterday at Santa Anita. I wouldn't be shocked if he tries to set the pace from post 6.
A horse that I thought was a contender was a Gate Road, who's won his last couple of starts. Seems to be progressing. I think obviously the ground, as fast as it is right up his street as well. Quality of the road, the Sires had a good day already today.
There is unquestionable, looking well out there. Son of Wooten Bassett, make it Ryan Moore in the saddle off of a second against Group 1 company at Longchamp back on the 1st of October.
And next up is the horse that I thought was the biggest danger to Unquestionable, and that's Endlessly. I like his run style, travels kindly in behind, appears to have a pretty potent turn of foot as well. I thought if he got a clean run, he would be Unquestionable's biggest danger.
Fulmineo's had good form against very good horses. The debut run, Natella Fella, is who beat him. He'd win a Grade 1 at Saratoga after that, and then he's done nothing wrong in the transition to turf. The son of Bolt Doro, Fulmineo, at 40-1.
The 12 horse is the most experienced in the field. Mountain Bear with 7 starts already under his belt. He is a very handsome individual. His best form leaves him shy of the likes of Unquestionable and Endlessly, and he could go forward as the pace in the race.
And then finally Carson's Run on the outside. not an easy place to win from, but a colt by Cupid who has won 2 of 3, and all of his races he has shown up, whether it's a fast-paced, whether it's a slow pace, so you cannot argue his form coming into this spot. As we take a look at the DRF formulator fact, the number 4 horse Can Group, trainer Mark Cassey has got 9 for his last 35 with second-time routers racing on turf with an ROI of $3.22. So Can Group, can he do it again? We'll find out in 6 minutes. Let's check in with Joaquin.
Here with the Hall of Famer Mark Cassey, who has 2 horses in here. Let's start with the 5 in My Boy Prince. He's only been on the grass in his last 2. Why did you decide to put him on the turf?
Because this summer, you know, one, he's a Canadian bred, so that automatically gets him a ticket to Woodbine. And then what I saw early on, I thought he was a good horse, and I wanted to try the summer, you know, for winning you're in. So he had all kinds of things happen that day. He pulled his shoe off, and it took him 20 minutes to get it on before the race. So, and I thought he ran well. I wanted to go ahead and get another start in him on the grass, so I ran him in a restricted race, and he won that fairly easy.
You also have the 4 in Can Group just to his inside. How in the heck did this horse win the Bourbon from well off the pace?
You know, I knew about the 3/8 pole. He was coming. He's a nice horse. I think he's still learning. He reminds me a lot. I had a horse called Aero Force who broke his maiden at Kentucky Downs, and I told the owners, I said, I think this horse could win the Bourbon. I also had a friend call me that day, said, who do you like the best of your run today? I said, Can Group in the Bourbon. So I'm popular there.
2 chances. Appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, popular there indeed. 27-1 in the Bourbon for Can Group. There he is on screen right now at 17-1. Scott, I want to ask you about another horse who ran in the Bourbon, but didn't really get much chance to run at all. And that's the 3, Talk Talk. Of all the replays coming into this week, I know he saved ground in the early stages, but I don't know that there was another horse that was completely stopped as he was trying to make a run for home, as Talk Talk was.
Yeah, he did not have the trip that Can Group did. I mean, it's a tale of 2 trips from the exact same race. And could this be sort of what we saw with Fierceness at this kind of a price, because I think he's primed to outrun his odds. And the thing about Talk Talk is he still ran a good race, all things considered. Fierceness was coming off such a poor effort in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. And when Grand Motion adds blinkers on, 33% strike rate from 36 starters, a ROI, return on investment of over $2.50. So making this move, maybe he will be more forward in this race. That's one of the trains of thought. But the more that I look at this pace, Christina and Rish, I really think that we're going to see Stay Hot and Antonio Fresu try to take it to him early on, because we know how Joel Rosario rides races. He reacts. He's really never aggressive from the get-go. This horse will put him into the race without him asking. But I think that Fresu and Stay Hot will try to take the initiative and do their best to try to go gate to wire in here.
And I think that's what you have to do when, look, this horse is 17-1 and he's just exiting a maiden win, right? The others are a little bit more proven against stakes competition. When there is some question about your class against this type of company because he's stepping up for the first time, you have to go for it. You have to use the speed as your weapon, because you don't quite know how he stacks up against some of the others at this point. He is 17-1 right now. Stay Hot. Rich, let's talk more about Endlessly, the 9, because I thought for the American-based runners, he was absolutely our best chance. And I picked Unquestionable as well. He's 8-5, but you're getting 9-2 on Endlessly, a horse that's undefeated. This is his home course. He's done nothing wrong, and he's projecting to continue that upward trajectory today.
And he looks made for the turf. I know, obviously, he's obviously shown his ability, but when you talk about run styles, you think that on the dirt, you don't mind getting out in front and going hard. I like the way he's rated in his races, comes into the straight, he gets clear sailing, and he hits the line hard. I really like that about him, and that's why I was concerned that he's the biggest danger to Unquestionable.
Look who he beat 2 starts ago in the Del Mar Juvenile Turf, Lord Bullington, who won earlier today.
Blew the doors off.
Let's not forget about that race. And this is a quote, we talked about the breeders. This is a testament to the commitment from the Ammerman family to their horse, Oscar Performance, who they campaigned and they supported. They supported through this part of the second crop, this colt here, and he has made a massive splash in the breeding shed and on the racetrack. So this is what we were talking about. Cheers to the breeders, cheers to the Ammermans for standing by and supporting their stallion Oscar Performance.
And he brought them to a Breeders' Cup victory in 2016 in this race. It would be very fitting to see Endlessly come home a winner at 9-2 right now. Juan Hernandez is in the saddle, and I know these are world-class riders. Now we're bringing together the best of the best on a day like this. But Scott, you and I are here in Southern California day in, day out, and we watch Juan Hernandez tactically not only ride his own race, but bait people into scenarios that are going to be favorable for him. Push the button when he needs to get a reaction and find the best trip himself.
And I think he's going to have a jump on a lot of these horses. I think that he'll be sitting in that second flight, if you will. He might be sitting third, really, in this race. If he wants to be, and I think it's an advantage too to be drawn to the outside of My Boy Prince and Stay Hot, where in my opinion, Rishi, the main activity is going to come from going into that first turn.
I was just about to say, Scott, I believe that the run to the first turn is going to determine the result of the race. I know you can't win the race going into the first bend, but I think it's possible that they'll lose it.
7 Horse has been acting up just a touch. I think we saw this in the earlier portions of the post-parade as well. He's out there on his own. You can see Irad Ortiz just trying to keep him busy, keep him focused as we do get much closer to post time. Who haven't we had a chance to talk about? Scott, Air Recruit from the rail, Arnaud Delacour's runner. What do you make of his chances?
I think it's just too big of a step up. So many battle-tested horses from the international perspective to obviously the U.S.-based horses. This is a huge jump up in class. He does have Luis Saez in the saddle. He did beat a horse named Shards, who we saw compete in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint earlier today. He ran a big race at Keeneland in the sprint, but he is 1 for 1 at the Rada Ground. I question the jump that he's taking here today.
Delacour also has the 10, a big 40-1 on Fulmineo. Tyler Gaffalione picking up some of his first Breeders' Cup winners and the first of many back last year. Looking forward to what he can do. Okay, final thoughts. Who wins, Rishi?
Clear sailing. Hopefully Unquestionable gets the job done.
Scott?
1 for the West Coast. It's Endlessly, the number 9.
Post time for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Let's head upstairs to Pete Aiello.
Thanks very much, Christina. The horses are moving in the gate. It's now post time for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Unquestionable favorite, Ryan Moore with the pickup ride. In the line, My Boy Prince. Pink and black colors of Gary Barber. 2 more waiting for Stay Hot. And from the outside, Carson's Run. Carson's Run to complete the field. Renegade. And they're off in the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. From the rail, it's Air Recruit who gets the first call. My Boy Prince wants to run with him. These two get acquainted, and they work a length and a half better than Stay Hot. He's an in-hand third. Unquestionable, the favorite gets a good spot early. His fourth will down toward the inside. Endlessly's on his outside. A gap of another 2.5 back to Fulmineo, then out wide on the course in Carson's Run. Talk saves ground about 7 lengths off the speed. Then it's Agate Road. Mountain Bear is second last, and Can Group is last of the 11. All 11 well settled at this stage as they complete the opening quarter. That opening quarter went in a strong 22-1 to the backstretch. On top, Air Recruit a length and a half. My Boy Prince is second. Endlessly's on the outside in third. Stay Hot has to work between horses. Down at the inside, it's Unquestionable. Well spotted here by Ryan Moore, 5 lengths behind. Then it's Talk. He races inside of Fulmineo, who's in the 2-path and 7 lengths off the lead. Agate Road is down toward the inside with Carson's Run for company. Second last, Mountain Bear. Still at the back is Can Group as they leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. 3 furlongs from home, and the leader is Air Recruit by a neck. Up on the outside, My Boy Prince is there second. Looking for room. Here's the favorite, Unquestionable. The question now is he needs some place to go. There's a 1/4 mile left to go in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Trying to get off the inside, Unquestionable. He's loose for the drive now as they fan across the course. The leader is My Boy Prince, Unquestionable. Set down driving by Ryan Moore. Down the center, here comes Mountain Bear. The Euros closing good ground with Unquestionable in front. 16th to go. They can't get him. Unquestionable wins by 2 in the end. Close then for second. Mountain Bear or a game. My Boy Prince up for a minor share. Can Group in 133-3.
Aidan O'Brien 1-2 in the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf as it was Unquestionable and Ryan Moore for the win. Mountain Bear, huge close to finish second.
He's not as bad as I thought. That was a exactly what you would have wanted from Ryan Moore. A horse who you knew would travel well, but what you wanted was a little bit of clear sailing. You heard from our commentator that as soon as they turned into the straight and he rolled off the fence, he had that room and the horse had the turn of foot.
Yeah, this was a brilliant display, saving ground around the turn. He's got that pace set up in front of him, but he just eases out, knowing that most of these horses are going to be fanning wide, and just everything develops perfectly for him, but had himself in a perfect spot. Good horses find themselves in good spots because they're able to carve out good trips. Good trips come through good horses more times than not, and that was exactly the case with this Wooten Bassett colt. And this is a big-time win for Coolmore, not just on the track, but for their stallion Wooten Bassett.
Absolutely. They bought into Wooten Bassett a few years ago, and he is paying big dividends for them. And here is a horse who races in the colours, of course, of Al Shakab Racing. So it's quite an interesting partnership with the Coolmore Ballydoyle operation. Frankie Dettori was due to ride this horse. River Tiber came out, and Ryan Moore got on board. And if you watch the run from the starting stalls to the first bend, Ryan Moore is aggressive enough out of the gates to get that rail position, and I thought that was key in the outcome of this juvenile turf.
Well, if you watch going down the entire backstretch, there was 3 horses sitting behind those early pace setters. Ryan Moore, unquestionable along the rail, endlessly our favorite 3 wide in that battle. They were moving together, endlessly having to go wide, but it was Ryan Moore being so aggressive from the inside, from the get-go rather, just to get to that early position today.
I totally agree. And Ryan Moore, with that run on the rail, just had the edge. You'll see him over to the left, endlessly to the right. He's ended up being 3 wide. He was given a fairly aggressive ride. I thought he might be a little bit more patient on endlessly and maybe wait to unleash his turn of foot later on. But because he had to make that move 3 wide round the bend, he was vulnerable in the straight, whereas Ryan Moore had saved a little bit of juice.
And Ryan just maintaining that position, and at this point in time, he's got to make the decision to go out, and he does, recognizing that that gap has opened versus trying to stay down to the inside and risking a hole closing up. So that key decision there pays off, and it just amazes me when you try to put yourself in those positions and recognize how quickly they have to make that decision when that window opens up.
Yeah. Perfect synergy between horse and rider, because you can't do those things unless the horse is amenable and good enough for you. And together with Ryan Moore's tactical nous, it worked perfectly.
And I think what you saw deep stretch from this horse was just obviously relishing, loving the added distance, loving the American going, but he really lowered his body, pinned his ears, has a great way of leveling off and giving his best stride in the late stages of his races.
He's just uncomplicated. He does everything that you want through the races. All his career, bar that one run where I said there was an excuse for when he hit his head in the starting stalls, and unfortunately wasn't able to show his absolute best. But he did try in that, even though he finished 4th on that occasion. I think he's just a really honest individual. He's a lovely horse. I mean, obviously he's not top tier by Aidan O'Brien's standards.
City of Troy is.
Well, City of Troy is not just top tier. It's possible he might become one of the all-time greats. There's another level behind him, the likes of, I don't know, Henry Longfellow, who's a pretty good horse. But this horse is just a really top-class, honest individual that you can only admire.
And he is now a Breeders' Cup winner. Congratulations to the connections here, Aidan O'Brien, your winning conditioner, Ryan Moore in the saddle, and cheers to the breeder as well. As you can see, quite a few involved in the breeding with this one. Bred in France and now owned and running in those silks of Al Shakab, also co-owned by Mrs. John Magner.
Cheers to the Vitses for the winning breeders here. And as we mentioned, Rishi, a colt by the Coolmore stallion Wooten Bassett, coming to the United States, wins around the world for this stallion, and big things ahead. And we'd love to see him come back, bring him back for the 3-year-old. We have a big 3-year-old series in New York and around the country.
Well, I can imagine that he will do, because if you consider the number of top-class 3-year-olds that Aidan O'Brien has in his team, you would imagine that the likes of City of Troy, Henry Longfellow, etc., they will go for the races, the classic races in Europe. And there's an opportunity for a horse like Unquestionable, who's proven his ability to travel, act on the firm turf here. Lots of options stateside for him next season.
Thrilled with the win, I'm sure. They have to be proud of Mountain Bear for that second place result as well. And My Boy Prince hanging in there to be 3rd after being just off that early pace, pressing the early pace for Mark Casse, Joel Rosario. We do have prices in from the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. We'll take a look at those now, as our favorite at 3-2 returns back $5 for the victory, $17.60 for the place money if you had Mountain Bear, and then My Boy Prince finishing third, $380 for the show. Some pick 4 payouts as well. Also a pick 5 ending in this race. Do remember that we still have another race to go. A nice allowance event that very well could be a stakes race on this program, on an everyday program here at Santa Anita. Looking forward to the last race today. And then the pick 6 as well. How about the pick 6 for $1, Scott?
Over $82,000 with a horse like Fierceness involved in that sequence. But we have the odds coming up for that finale. Hijazi for Zidane Racing, a $3.5 million 2-year-old purchase by Amr Zidane, who will be represented in the Breeders' Cup Classic tomorrow with Arabian Night. When he goes to the 2-year-old sales, Christina, he means business.
He leaves with what he wants. 21 minutes until race 10 here on Future Stars Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention now to the winner's circle for the winner of the 2023 Prevagen Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Here's number 8, Unquestionable. Unquestionable, bred in France by Rufin Bassett on a strawberry lace by See the Star. Owned by Al Shakab Racing, this is John Magner, Michael Tabor, and others. Aiden O'Brien, the winning trainer, the winning junkie, Ryan Moore. Unquestionable completes the course in a minute 33 and 65 seconds. Favored for good reason. Here's your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner. Here's Unquestionable. The winner's circle, making the trophy presentation to the winning connection. Unquestionable, representing Quincy Bioscience and Prevagen, the CEO, Mark Underwood. Santa Anita Park and the Breeders' Cup congratulate the winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
All right, Amit. Yeah, the second place finisher, as he was galloping out, began to favor his front a little bit in the front leg. The jockey got off as a precautionary measure,